72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Why is cards green? Right, but why is cards green? He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.
Hello everyone and welcome to Hearthstone at Grandmasters. We've got day 2 about to start here in the European region, and there's a lot more action coming up for today. And not only Europe of course, but the Americas will be following on later as usual. Sottle, welcome. I've changed my intro a little bit for no reason whatsoever. But how's it going? We've got another maybe quick day ahead of us if yesterday's anything to go by.
Aside from the fact that my right eye won't stop watering and has now immediately started again right as it got broken, can you see it? It looks like I am ridiculously emotional about the ending of Grandmasters as a single tear rolls down my cheek. And yes, let's just say that's what's happening. I have no idea what's happening, dear viewers. You're just going to have to put up with it. Here we are, playoffs. It's the end of the road for Europe Grandmasters as a regional tournament, which is clearly why I can't stop crying. And we are one day through a roller coaster of a weekend. Yesterday, I think, was one of the tensest and most exciting days of Grandmasters that I can remember casting in this era of competitive Hearthstone, with the main contributors being Superfake and Yala, I would say, within that story. And this is why it's also tense, is that we are playing for the first allocated spot of the year for the Europe region for that World Championship later on in the year, which is really what every competitive player is looking to achieve once the year is done.
Yeah, and so far yesterday we've already ended up with Yala and Fury Hunter going to be waiting the wings for tomorrow in that top 4. And today we're going to find out who the other 2 players are that are going to be joining them and keep on going with that quest to get to a World Championship. Here we are though, we are in that Conquest format, and honestly, I feel like this week, even based off some of the matchups we have today, this is some of the sort of hardest target Conquest submissions I've seen for a long time. Like usually we've seen soft targets in recent history, or just different lineups that, okay, you think everyone's going to bring control, so I'll bring some control buster lineups. But these are like omega hard target lineups, and we are going to see more of that today. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah, and I was talking to a couple of players about this, and I brought it up yesterday even, but I've been talking last night and this morning, and it does seem like this is a thing that's coming up more in conversation. This is a thing that's more in players' mind, that people are saying to me, well, playoffs is all or nothing. You have to win playoffs to go to the World Championship. Otherwise, yeah, sure, you're going to be in a different iteration in that breakdown of the prize money. You're going to get a little bit of extra money in your pocket. But the kind of binary nature of going to Worlds or not going to Worlds, which is the goal once you get to playoffs, means that high risk, high reward, like we saw here from Yala, is what's going to pay off, because you're either going to bomb out and go 0-2, or you're going to go to Worlds, right? Like those are the 2 chances that you're increasing the likelihood of. And the bombing out and going 0-2 is functionally very similar to finishing second in playoffs. So why not take that risk and just get that pay dirt where you just have these insane favorable series if you get the meta read right, like Yala did against Superfake?
Yeah, that was the beginning of quite the tale of yesterday, was the Yala versus Superfake matchup. As you did just see, he did just dominate Superfake 3-0 in their first match. He then went on to face Fury Hunter, and this was definitely much closer. As you could see, both players, Yala wasn't going up against that sort of as much of a problematic lineup that Superfake had. But it was in the end Fury Hunter who got there and took the win over Yala, even though it was a lot closer, and a couple of things went right to help Fury Hunter out, like this Abomination here that just did all the work in the world, pushed Yala out of the series, and that got Fury Hunter his spot in the final day.
Yeah, he absolutely needed that outcome, because it looked like the target druid strategy from Yala was going to work out right up until that moment, still against Fury Hunter, who did not have as strong as a lineup. But in the end, that incredible roll off the Cenarian ward got him there in the end, and Superfake had to fight back, finding a far more favorable series for his lineup going up against J4U, getting out by the skin of his teeth with a nice little mage win after initially failing with the first Mizaki pop-off. He was able to get there with the additional ignites towards the end of the deck, and that meant he got a revenge shot against Yala, and oh my goodness, what an attempt this was from Superfake. We wrote him off. We said it would be doing the impossible if he managed to get this one across the line, and he very, very nearly did it.
Yeah, I was talking to Celestion last night after we finished, and he said, oh, you know, Grandmasters was good. Like, how was the end? Because I didn't get to catch it. And I said, oh, go and watch this match. Go and watch Yala versus Superfake. It was incredibly tense and an emotional roller coaster. And about, you know, half hour, 40 minutes later, it was like, yes, it was. Yes, it was. It was incredible.
Raven sorry, sorry, I saw the names dropping on the floor, Raven. I'm sorry, like, yeah, okay, you talk to developers, we get it, jeez.
Oh, God, everyone talks to Celestion. Sociable fellow. But yes, we did see Yala just about grab the win over Superfake. It was much closer and not even close to the steamroll that we saw in that initial match. But as I said earlier, this means that it's Fury Hunter and Yala taking the victories, you could say, and moving on to Sunday. They'll be playing tomorrow, but today, Sottle, we're going to be going through Group B in a much similar fashion to yesterday. Of course, there's that initial match at the top, and one of the players will be in the elimination match starting because of the 7th place finish.
Yeah, so the player in the group that has finished in the top 2 and the player in the group who finished in the bottom 2 of the places that make playoffs, so the top 8, I suppose, in simple terms. The best way to think about it is they've already played each other, and the person that was in the top 2 has won that match, and therefore the defeated player is down in the lower bracket, they're in the upper bracket, they have 2 bites at the cherry. The lower seeded player has 1. It's just a way to give an advantage to the players that have had the better season, which, you know, yes, is less impactful over the course of a shorter season, but it's still a nice thing to reward. And the player being rewarded here for good behavior over the course of the season is Blaze, who put in another fantastic shift over the course of the regular Grandmasters season, whereas Floki scraped his way in with a performance that we got to follow through live on stream on the last week of regular season play 2 weeks ago, as he was able to put together a great performance against Bunny Hopper in particular, I believe. Oh no, was it Casey? They had the same lineup, so I might be remembering that wrong. I think it might have actually been Casey in the end, with the Shaman against the Control Warrior, where we all thought he'd put in hours of prep, but it turns out that he's just a savant and he was able to work it out on the fly within the matchup. So I think that adaptability and improvisation will put him in great stead with some of the weirder matchups, the strange tech cards, things that you do kind of have to evaluate in a vacuum because you don't have 1,000 games of experience playing against a lineup that has King Muckler in every deck, for example. So you do kind of have to work.
And done every turn 3.
And played every single time on turn 3. But we will get to Floki later, because initially we do have to deal with the not insignificant matter of Bunny Hopper going up against Psycho Raven.
Yes, and we do have, like I was mentioning earlier, a bit of a similar start from yesterday and today. Bunny Hopper is bringing Druid, and it is going to be a form of Kaz Druid, and Psycho is bringing a very aggressive lineup with the aggro or Beast Druid, I guess. He's bringing Shadow Priest, the buff Paladin, but then the Brute Demon Hunter, which again, I want to see more of, just because it's very recently, you know, there's so many submissions of Brute Demon Hunter at the moment. Looking forward to seeing how that performs. But it really, again, does feel like Bunny's going to be on, okay, get the Druid through, you know, past the finish line, and then worry about the rest of the lineup later.
Agreed, yeah. I think there's a couple of other nasty sticking points in the series for Bunny. I was talking to him a little bit earlier. He described it as not the best lineup to run into, but not super fake levels of impossible,
right,
referring to the insane odds that super fake had to face yesterday, which I think is spot on. He's got a couple of breakpoints which are not very nice for him. I was talking to him specifically about the Demon Hunter mirror. They're both playing Brute Demon Hunter, but Bunny's is tech for other matchups like Paladin and Priest, for example, whereas Psycho just having a more vanilla version of the deck is kind kind of better in that mirror against the Demon Hunter on the other side. So there's a couple of matchup cues that he'll be looking to avoid, which is, of course, just straight up dumb luck at this point as these matchups are queuing up against each other. But I do think the biggest point of stress is going to be this Druid.
And I will say, speaking of matchups, for me at least, Saul, Bunny started with a half-decent one, right? He's going to be playing this Druid into the Demon Hunter, the Brutes from Psycho. And for me, like, again, I've not got a million games on Druid versus Brute right now, but if I was going to this series, I would like to start with this instead of it, you know, versus the Shadow Priest or Buff Paladin, because the Druid's actually from Psycho been banned. And I feel like it's, you know, one of the, if not just the most winnable matchup for him.
I love this. This is top work from our resident statistician, whoever that is. Has not played any of these archetypes in previous weeks. That, I think, really plants a flag in the idea of playoffs, right? Is the players understand that Comfort Zone is not good enough anymore. Comfort Zone might get you into the quarterfinals or the semifinals in a regular season every week and rack up a few points and get you into playoffs. When you actually have to win a tournament, when that's all that matters to get you to the World Championship, breaking yourself out of that comfort zone and finding a lineup that might just break the meta is what you're looking to do. And I think, as you mentioned right at the start, it feels like there are more players doing that this time around than there ever have been, which, you know, might be due to things like in the past, Yarla doing this and winning playoffs and going to the World Championships, you know?
I heard following people who have done well forever is probably a good idea. But yeah, just check out the list. We do have a potentially different Demon Hunter list to look at later on if we see Bunny pulling out of the bag with his Demon Hunter. But yeah, fairly standard there from Psycho. One of the biggest differences between like the heavier teched Demon Hunter and this one is that Lion's Frenzy, or lack of, for example, in Bunny's list. But let's dive into this one. It's going to be Druid on the top for Bunny Hopper and Demon Hunter on the bottom for Psycho. Important to note, just as we get into this as well, just because again, it's to give people a refresher on that playoffs format. For this match, the loser is not out. The loser goes down to face Floki, but then it becomes the elimination matches. So even if a player loses here, they're not knocked out straight away. But of course, a win would be much preferred.
Always a pleasure to see Guff in the opening hand. I go on the play, which does limit some of the turbo options that you can get with Brute Demon Hunter. There are some draws that allow you to complete with consistency the first step of the quest on 2 mana by using the coin on turn 1 alongside the quest, or even using an Illidari Studies on turn 1. But going first, although you are going first, which kind of accelerates you by half a turn naturally, does mean that your quest completion might just be that turn slower as well to compensate for it. Is this a Studies on 1 hand for Psycho here, which is an interesting deliberation already? Gonna go Spirit Gem on 1 instead. Okay, Tempo King, yeah. Obviously, if you cast Illidari Studies on 1 instead of on 2, that moves the Outcast card 1 card closer to the left-hand side of your hand than it otherwise would have been, which, you know, if it's a Spectral Sight, that means maybe you can cast it a turn earlier, that kind of thing. But he is just going to go Tempo King here with the 1/3.
Really interesting choices here for Bunny as he does that Studies. I'm honestly looking at Ironbark, and it may be a little bit silly based on the power of Solar Eclipse, but maybe that's just what he needs. Maybe that's the sort of thing that will help him out a little bit if he needs to stabilize at any point. If there are some, you know, 1 or 2 early Brutes drop down, not yet, of course, but with basically next turn being a Guff turn, it was interesting to look at, but it looks like Bunny Hopper's just gone with the more universally, this card will find a good use.
Yeah, and honestly, I like it. It's with Guff already in hand, he's going to get so much mana so quickly. He does play Fungal Fortunes in the deck, so all he suddenly has to do is draw Guess the Way, Fungal Fortunes, 2 copies of Cold Tooth Mine, or 2 copies of Moonlit Guidance. If he draws any of those cards, then he starts finding either, you know, Kazakhstan with the Cold Tooth Mine, or he can go Moonlit Guidance for Cenarian Ward in that situation, right? So taking the Solar Eclipse just gives him the ability to do something disgusting as early as possible, and I like that.
Psycho does have that glide available to him though, but he'll be
Wait, sorry, did you see the Discover options? I was looking at deck lists. How did he end up with an I-Beam in his hand from Illidari Studies? That does not seem ideal.
Honestly, I was looking at the deck list as well.
Okay.
I didn't quite see it. Someone... Let me get it up on the old replay. Oh, here you go. Chaos Leech, Kurtrus, I-Beam.
Yikes. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
But here... I mean, we can see Glide, of course, and that's, you know, a thing. But for Bunny, he has drawn Overgrowth, but, like... Just play Guff, right? You ever skip playing Guff? Surely not.
Yeah, I think you play Guff here because your opponent's on 3-mana Glide, right? They've played Illidari Studies and played the card they took. So you'd much rather get the Guff played than the Overgrowth. If you're going to have one of those two cards glidden back into your hand, you would much rather it be the Overgrowth with the Guff already played.
And even now, I'm sure Bunny would almost be okay seeing a Glide right now, right? Like, his hand's fine, but it's not mind-blowing. He's going to see the Glide, but of course not in outcast position, which means that Bunny's going to keep hold of his hand while Psycho progresses his quest, and... Okay, it's Spectral, not bad. You can get to it very easily as well, because I do think here the Broom is very dumpable, isn't it?
Top 3 best feelings in Hearthstone, Raven. Number 3, getting the quest proc discount on Sigil of Alacrity to 0 mana when you have 0 mana remaining, so you can load it up for the next turn. Number 2, Arcanist Fell Barrage. Number 1, in with a bullet, hot off the presses, Arcanist Embers of Ragnaros, as we learned the other week.
Oh, you can say, hey, number 1, 0 mana Broom. I was like, well, okay, I did. Sol really likes this Broom. When he has a strange choice, it might look like a very obvious Overgrowth, but when you think you could just spend 2 mana to gain a mana and still do something with your turn, you do have to at least look at what's going on. Overgrowth might well just be the play anyway. Just use the card now, gain that big ramp going into 7 mana next turn, because it is important. I know we were talking about Broom, but other than Broom, what actually even contests a board full of Whelps?
Nothing. Welcome to
Brute Demon Hunter. Oh, not even rehearsed.
0 rehearsal.
Psycho can get to this Spectral Insight, Spectral Sight very easily, as I said. Still has the double jump as well, so he should be okay to proc the quest, right?
Yeah.
I think he can just throw the Broom away. He doesn't, you know, obviously going into a scale turn, you'd like it, but there's nothing to Broom anyway, right? You can't guarantee having minions to be able to use it with regardless.
Yeah, exactly. There's no point holding on to a Broom. You're like, okay, I might be able to rush my 7-8 brutes and actually take some cool value trades, and maybe get back onto the board if Bunny starts taking a lead. But if the Broom's blocking your ability to get those brutes in the first place, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yes, I drew a Sigil Runner. I can rush that in.
Yeah.
A little bit flimsy, isn't it, this hand? And it's one of the drawbacks with the deck sometimes is, with cards, yes, Brute Demon Hunter can empty their deck very quickly and activate cards, but it also runs so many minions that you really do have to empty your deck, it feels like, 99% of the time. Because, yeah, it's fine with just spells in there, but I feel like because you trade in so much with the likes of Rustrock Viper and Peddler, that it feels like you always have a minion in your deck until your deck is empty. Like just the scale here?
Yeah, scale is fine. I was really hoping from Bunny's perspective to draw a play that was more appetizing than scale this turn. But I don't think resizing Pouch is it.
Do you ever consider, like, draw a card? Well, Cold Tooth for Kaz and then draw a card, maybe? Or maybe even if Ramps goes up to... Yeah. I'm trying to think of a way to Cold Tooth and play the Kaz at the same time, although he has seen one Glide, as in... So I guess he's not mega fearful of Glide.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think if he'd seen none, you would think about it a little bit more, I imagine, right? Because
Yeah, I
it's very
agree,
close to just going Cold Tooth Kaz in the same turn anyway.
Yeah, and that's very much where my mentality was, where it's like, well, I kind of want to play Kazakhstan the same turn I draw it, so that if my opponent wants to glide, then good luck, you're giving me a handful of treasures. But yeah, you're absolutely right. He's not only seen one glide, he'd also seen one studies already come out in the early game, right? So I think he feels relatively safe against glide. But yeah, Bunny sort of wrinkles the nose and says, yeah, fair enough, took the risk. I still think the odds are in his favor. Valid risk to take. He's going to have to start from scratch.
Ooh. So fragments would be huge. I think it's something that can be relatively hard to judge as well. Like, yes, Kurtrus is in hand now for Psycho, great. But I would have been very interested to see if Brute went down to 0 that turn, would he throw a Brute out, or is that just too weak, like versus Druid? Because there are, enough ways for that one Brute to be dealt with.
Yeah, without the ability to play the philosophy as well.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, just a Brute.
Yeah, it would have been a tough decision, especially because you have Kurtrus in hand, right? Like, once you have Kurtrus in hand, you basically know you're playing as many Brutes as you want the turn after Kurtrus, right? Because that's just how the deck works with how hard you can cycle, unless you get into one of those positions where all the card draw is buried towards the bottom, as we did see on one occasion.
Now whether... So many options here for Bunny. He's going to go for maximum mana. I did wonder if he wanted to start off with Moonlit, if he wanted to just nourish for cards, because again, one, it would get him to Kaz quicker, but also it would just give him more Druid cards to play the game with, even if he does draw Kaz, right? Like, there's so many options here for Bunny with his rate of card draw and the amount of mana he has. I mean, look at it, doubling Psycho's mana right now.
Yeah. Minor thing, but I think I would have still killed a 1-1 with that attack. Brute Demon Hunter tends to just heal off that damage, no problem, in the next couple of turns with Soul Fragments anyway, right? So I think it's going to end up being borderline irrelevant that you did 4 damage to face here, but it's a very minor concern.
Well, there it is. Cold Tooth will get the other Cold Tooth as well, right? Which is very nice. It's some more card draw for the treasures. He'll ramp for mana, play the Kaz. And Bunny Hopper now is reliant on some decent treasure offerings.
Distant is fine. Embers
is
nuts.
Looking at Boombots there.
Little awkward. He has Clockwork Assistant, so Banana Split goes up in value a little bit.
What about Buck? Because if the Brutes are played, he can make a big taunt.
Oh, he didn't take Embers off the first roll. Does get it offered again, though. Wow, turns it down twice. That looked like a Bubba pick that time as well.
Just a little bit worried about like drawing it and then Psycho going wide, and then most of Bunny's turn is, well, Embers maybe just killed 3 minions. Like,
yeah, it might also just be about that Cold Tooth Mine as well, that he wants to manipulate certain draws off the Cold Tooth Mine that weren't necessarily Embers of Ragnaros. Obviously, if he hits Book, then Book overrules everything because it remains max cost in the deck until you draw it, but hard to say. But yes, you are right. Demon Hunter can just put a whole bunch of minions on the board, which makes Embers kind of just a very inefficient removal spell instead, right?
Yeah, I think the big problem for me was no Wand of Disintegration, because if he was offered Wand, then I think you can take Embers, because they normally don't make a massive board twice, right? So trying to get hold of a Wand to clear it, then go Embers for the win would be a plan, but how much damage is this?
Not enough currently, but it is also triple Brute on top of all of this.
Yeah, not enough damage for lethal, but enough damage combined with a huge board generation to basically tell Bunny he's got to get something done right now. He has a few draws because he's just got so much mana to play with. Ooh.
What's the most expensive card in his deck? He has Bubba in there for sure. He has Clockwork Assistant in there for sure. Is Clockwork Assistant the lowest cost card in his deck at this point?
Unless he took the Destroy Minion for 2 mana, it
Okay.
probably is, yes. But what did he take on the... Did he take Clockwork on the Embers offer?
That would have been either Boombot or Canopic Jars.
Oh, yeah, it was
First
Boombot
Ember.
Jars, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
6 mana Nourish here to draw 3 to Wax Rager.
Wax Rager will do.
Copy. That's a lot of taunts. Copies the brutes. Try and beat my army of 1/1 taunts.
Honestly, yeah. That's kind of
Wait,
insane,
wait.
actually.
Does he ever play Wax Rager first?
Just to have the better potential rush target from the Gnomish Army Knife.
Yeah, I
We'll
mean,
have space for it next turn anyway, though.
I guess, yeah. He's just... Oh, the big damage from the Gnomish. That's actually so sick. Like, so used to seeing Gnomish used for just lifesteal and Wind Fury.
Yeah.
That it's easy to forget Poisonous is insane.
So I think he took Ancient Reflections instead of Clockwork Assistant, which on reflection now is genius, and I actually did not think of this at all because, like, yeah, good luck
nothing.
going.
Yeah,
good
there's
luck going
nothing.
face with Alliance Frenzy. He can do. Wait, does Psycho play Royal Librarian? Does he have room for that with
I
everything
believe
else that he has?
no. His tradables are just Peddler and the Snake.
Yeah. Okay. And the broom has been used.
Yeah. Oh, that broom.
So with
so
either just Broom being able to kill a 1/1 or with Royal Librarian being able to silence 1 taunt, this would have still been lethal because he would have been able to deal with enough stuff to be able to get through. But without either of those cards available, this is always going to be a 1/1 taunt tanking the weapon. Always. There's
He
no
just
way
doesn't
for it
swing,
not
right?
to be. But he's drawing every card in his deck. Like, what good is it?
Oh.
Oh, that's such a good pick from Bunny. I never would have picked Ancient Reflections there, but that is so smart.
This was my worry, and I guess like it wouldn't matter because he could have died, which is fair. But the reason why I was sort of saying about the Wax Rager,
A good deal.
wouldn't have had the mana to do the double trade anyway. Yeah, it couldn't have worked.
But more importantly, he would have died, right? With
Yeah,
one
that's
less
what I
one,
mean.
right?
Yeah. Because he would have left 2 more minions up, right? So yeah. So he's going to draw and try and do it again. Tycho needed to kill his own brute.
Has Bubba this time? Okay.
Go for draw again.
Bubba can kill the Kurtrus.
Oh, he's
He's
gonna
use it initially
jars.
to kill the 3/1.
The jars trade, right?
A Gnomish for the security.
Yeah.
On the yep, I like this. Makes sense.
So good.
Really strong.
Heals to 1,000,000 as well. The weapon's gone. Psycho has his own Kaz and a Dream, but is it too late? Because like I said, I
Oh! Insta-Ralgo!
think Psycho still has minions left.
Rakara! The Bubba still has an attack left! Barragan, what's happening? Stop!
Enough is enough. Okay. 412. Bubba dies. What's that gonna get?
So is
Yeah, lame. Okay, so Kaz is live because they're only fragments. Okay.
They're only fragments.
Yeah, sorry. I thought. Oh no, he did have a minion. Okay, yeah, it was a minion in the fragments. No problem. Always gonna happen.
So 1 tradable. Can't draw wand and play it same turn. So book is the best outcome. 1 tradable into book. That's
Wrong
the
book.
wrong book.
Could have made Quel'Danar though. Offered the blade and the hilt.
Moral victory. Can't even play the brute after this. Gonna be 1 out of range.
Not lethal on board, right?
No, but what is
I
that?
know we
16,
can see
21, 25, double Feral Rage in
Yeah,
hand.
we can see it, yeah. Wow. Wait, was it 25? With the Geddon 2 damage?
Oh, true. 14, 21, 25. Yeah, it was lethal on board with the Geddon there.
Okay, yeah, I forgot about that. Even better. Wow. Bunny takes game number 1, and that looked so close, but honestly, just a great use of the combinations of treasures that he got hold of, and some great heads-up picks. Dug Bunny out of that one, and he just about held on. And again, it's the first thing that when I started playing Brute Demon Hunter again this past week because of all the submissions, I was jamming games. It's like, wait, I just can't kill anything though. Like, how do you do this? And obviously having to dump the broom early was rough for Psycho, but that's just as straightforward a problem as you have with Brute Demon Hunter. It's powerful on one hand, but when you need to do just spot removal, it's almost impossible.
Yeah, but again, it was just such a smart set of picks from Bunny. That Ancient Reflections being able to get himself out of this. Even recognizing, like, there's a mechanic I forget that Gnomish Army Knife gives poisonous as well. That's something that I factor in. Because I'm usually just so focused. I think as a utility card, it is generally used for a big heal with a high attack minion that you forget that if you just want to use it as a removal tool, you can just use it as like a bootleg version of the Reborn Snakes instead, right? Just to be able to clear off in that position. So recognizing that 7/1/1 taunts was insane in that Lion's Frenzy situation that he was in, and then he could still use that alongside Gnomish Army Knife to be able to clear off 2 of the biggest minions on the other side anyway. Like, that was a game-winning pick off that first selection, I think, straight up from Bunny Hopper. So there we go. But now he is going to move on to his own version of Brute Demon Hunter, and this is a little bit different. As I mentioned earlier, Bunny has gone with a Sigil of Silence, which loses him some percentage in a couple of the matchups he might be focusing on in this series. However, it does gain him a good chunk in some other matchups, particularly, I would say, Miracle Priest and Rally Priest as a matter of urgency, and then also Buff Paladin, that kind of thing as well. But this is the matchup I was talking to Bunny about specifically earlier. It's a matchup I tested a good chunk against Gia as well. And in this matchup, that Sigil of Silence, which has shown up dead center to troll Bunny, is so much worse than Broom in particular, which is kind of the equivalent card on Psycho's side. So this could be a matchup that he is going to have a spot of bother in.
Yeah, Bunny, his time, of course, on the mulligan. He did even tweet out today, right, that he was like nervous. He's still nervous in GM, even though he's played so many high-level competitions in his career.
Doesn't look it though, right? Like, he's playing so well and so calmly
well,
and so considered. It's insane.
I think that's what makes a good player, right? I think most people will get nervous, but it's how you deal with it, right? That's the trick, right? So
yep.
Even though, he's saying, he still gets nervous in GM, obviously we know there's a world spot on the line, the main goal of every competitive Hearthstone player ever. He said, forgive if he ropes a bit. And it's like, Bunny, we've been forgiving you for roping for years. Not going to change now.
We've been observing him rope for years. Whether or not we've been forgiving him for it, I think, is another matter entirely.
Well, I'd tell him I'd forgive him for it. Whether I meant it...
Yeah. He's a nice guy. We tolerate him. It's fine. The Sigil keep here from Psycho gave him the opportunity to hit something in the mulligan, so he could have gone Quest, Coin, Sigil on 1, and then if you have an outcasted Spectral Sight from there, or if you have Double Jump plus outcasted Sigil Runner, or Tradable plus Double Jump, any combination of 2 cards for 2 mana, which is quite easy to do, you can then get a quest completion on turn 2, which is very nice. However, he hit 3 of the absolute worst cards in his deck for the early game after that mulligan with Philosophy, Kazakazan and Soul Shit. But if he'd done it, if he'd done it, he would have hit Pay Dirt with the Spectral Sight off the top.
And Bunny somehow was fine to probably the best use for Sigil in the matchup, which is a cheap card to get out of the way for Spectral Sight.
Yes.
So that's going to be decent for him next turn if he chooses to go for it, of course. Psycho's just getting blocked, right?
He is. It's such a series of unfortunate events right now for Psycho. Didn't coin the sigil, which was absolutely right with the hand that he had. I want to make that extra clear. Then drew the Spectral Sight, which would have rewarded him for making the bad play of playing the sigil on one. And then tried to rip the Spectral Sight anyway, knowing that all he has to do is hit double jump, second card sigil runner, so it's outcast, or any tradable, right? And then he can just coin out, complete the quest from that position anyway. Still didn't manage to hit it. Very, very unfortunate start for Psycho so far.
Bunny's one step ahead, right? If he wants to, he can easily activate his quest this turn. Again, just dump that Sigil of Silence. Because honestly, other than super specific scenarios, it's not getting any real use, is it? So, you know, you'd have to stretch so far to try and argue to keep it. Makes sense to get it out of the way, let Spectral draw 2 cards, progress the quest, and now 0 mana Sigil of Alacrity. It'd be really nice to draw him extra next turn for free if he wants it.
A good sigil indeed. Yeah, so again, myself and Gia ran this matchup a lot, mostly because we're both degens who would, you know, enjoy playing this kind of matchup, and we just bruted each other for a good hour or so, having a great time. And honestly, the only good use I found out of Sigil of Silence was one turn where she then had a Razorglaive Sentinel turn and drew her whole deck, and then I didn't have to worry about killing the Razorglaive on the next turn because of it was just already silenced. That was it. That was the only time it was useful in every iteration of the matchup we played.
Well, now there's just too much card draw, Sol.
Like London buses.
Or is that there's too much of them?
You wait. What's the? You wait all day for a bus to arrive and then 2 come at once, or something? Some phrase like that. Yeah.
I remember the last time I got a bus. I think it was when I was in high school, which was many years back now.
They will never catch me. Job done.
Bunny wincing. He doesn't want to see it. He wants that to be the turn. There you go. He gets the good news. It's as the end of the turn. No brutes have been found.
It's always terrifying, isn't it? When you see how many cards your opponent's draw and you're like, oh, please, no. Bunny gets off to a decent start, starting off with those, the fragment draw. Go +1 on the quest. Oh, Glaive plus Tusk Piercer wouldn't be terrible. Egel agrees, I'm guessing.
Egel does agree. He really likes that play, which, you know, shows that he's been raised... Oh, sorry, yeah, my bad. She has been raised in your household, because I think that play's terrible, Raven.
Got some cards, though.
Your dog should be ashamed of herself.
Just because you're a cat person, Sol. Take it out on Bagel.
Yeah. Imagine, like, I think that would finally cross the line. Like, the people who have tolerated me being so horrible to you for like 6+ years at this point, but like, oh, start going at the dog. It's over.
Everyone's like, no, you can go at Raven all you want, but do not say a word about the doggo. And then I'm just like, wait, why are you telling him he can keep shouting at me? What's going on? Hey, though, Bunny Hopper is only just going to get the 1 brute down, but again, it is better than nothing right now. Puts some level of pressure on Psycho, so that's going to be able to start pushing some damage. Psycho, it feels like he's got a million cards and no cards, honestly, at the same time, doesn't it? Because his whole hand is just a bit of a mess.
It is, and it really... Remember when I said he's drawn 3 of the worst cards possible at the very start, and it was Philosophy, Kazakhstan, Soulshare?
Yeah.
Look at the 3 cards over on the left-hand side of his hand, just making his life miserable right now. Just really not finding the goods whatsoever.
And the problem is, it's so early in the game. I was looking at, well, what can he dump and then just self-glide? Just to, you know, try and move forward. But like, well, nothing. He's only got 4 mana. Like, you know, there's not really a lot that he can dump out of the hand here. So I wonder if he ever has to take the hit and just glide anyway. Because this hand achieves nothing.
Yeah, I think he does. It's really weird as well, though, because obviously the advantage that he has right now is that he's so much further through his deck than the opponent, which is excellent news in terms of you don't feel like you're winning the brute battle with Psycho right now. So maybe you can just be first player to Kazakhstan and win the game that way. And in that regard, he's down to 13 cards left in his deck versus 21. There'll obviously be some soul fragments influencing that as well. But that means if he glides this huge hand, he's just going to fill his deck back up again and get further away from that situation, which feels really, really bad.
I have to be Sentinel now. Normally this is kept for a little bit later in the game, but honestly, like, what's Bunny Hopper supposed to do? Needs to progress somehow. He does have 2 cards he can play with the Sentinel for a minimum of 2 extra card draws.
Yeah. Does seem like a much more fitting turn for hit. If the fates favor him, he will be able to get a decent-ish chain going at the very least.
Yeah, that's all right. Another sigil. He does still have the swing as well, right? Which is just something worth considering for card draw. He won't need it because he is just going to play the sigil. I think it was too good to pass up there. Bell has an additional draw anyway.
Agreed, yeah. We're now down to 17 versus 13. Bunny has 4 fragments in the deck as well, and I believe Psycho has 0, so they're actually now back to deadish even on card count. And Bunny has been able to be much smoother with his advancement of the quest as well, which means he's just going to be able to jam Kurtrus next turn. He is down a Razorglaive Sentinel, though. However, the Razorglaive Sentinel is not dead. It's currently on the board, which presents a massive problem for the deck that can't kill anything.
Yeah, the Brute actually being a big deal, right? Because there's no even Soul Shear plus Weapon Swing available or anything like that, right? Because can't get through, or Psycho can't get through the Brute. There is now double shear, but not enough mana. Oh. Also, not even okay, you can hero power, I guess, to kill the Brute. This is painful.
You can see, remember when I was saying to you, did you see the game in the Masters Tour when there was one of those people that's like, I'm going to cut Soul Shear from the deck and not be able to kill anything? You can see why people do that, though, can't you? Because a lot of the time you draw Soul Shear and it's just like, my God, if this was anything that said draw a card on it, I'd be winning the game right now. It does happen. It absolutely does happen, and I can certainly understand why that thought process comes through, but oh dear, does Psycho have bigger problems than that right now?
Yeah, there's just a 7/7. This Kaz is ending up back in the hand again for Psycho. It's like, will you just go away? Oh, pain.
Bunny still has a Spectral Sight left, so I think you rip the double jump here because, yep, that can happen, and then you are away.
Philosophy. Okay.
Double jump.
Were you playing Bunny's listing testing?
Yes.
Did you like Safety Inspector?
No.
Perfect answer, because I loved it. I thought I found some great, because you can mess with mana cost so much.
Yeah.
Can really like aim the shuffle, and I found it like, you know, a pleasant surprise actually, because I didn't think it was going to be useful.
Yeah, weirdly, I did find it strangely useful a couple of times to actually put Kazakhstan back in the deck, because I was able to manipulate that to actually be the lowest cost card in the hand in some spots, which was weird. But no, I wasn't a big fan of it overall.
Again, this is the problem. Even it's not the biggest brute turns that Bunny's doing, but he's basically got himself at this point because he's just been that step ahead in quest progression, in obviously just not getting a selection of terrible draws that Psycho's had. And correct me if I'm wrong, Subtle, but outside of 100 brutes, yeah, there's nothing that's going to deal with this. There just doesn't exist in the deck. And Bunny Hopper goes up now to a 2-0 lead. Insane. Just Demon Hunter just getting beaten up from Psycho's side, and it does mean now he only has his Shadow Priest left. Wait, is it Shadow Priest? I think I'm being stupid. Sorry, Rally Priest. Psycho has the Shadow Priest left to get a win with, and Bunny Hopper's got to be feeling great right now.
He does, yeah. And again, I was talking to him a little bit earlier, and was talking to him about this matchup in particular, and explaining that like the mechanics of the broom and how it created real problems, because the fact that all the brutes always have one more health than they do attack, it just creates these nice value trades if you're going second with a broom, and how that was making the matchup more difficult. And Bunny's response was like, yeah, I hear you, and that all makes sense, but I'm just going to brute them before they brute me and then win the game. Like, yeah, no, that's pretty much what happened. Yep, spot on. Fair enough.
Here we are taking a look at Bunny Hopper's Rally Priest, a deck that has blown up in popularity recently and is one of those Priest decks that I don't hate, Sottle. And it's definitely fun to play, right? Some of the things you can actually pull off with this deck are pretty incredible. And I do think as well, there's a lot of room to be bad at this deck, which makes it very interesting to cast. I'm not particularly saying any of our players here are going to be bad at piloting it, but it's one of those things where if you got, say, 10 pros together and played through a few games of Rally Priests, you'd have like 100 different lines that people would want to take, right? And the arguments would last forever. So it's a pretty cool deck to see, and I like that it's at least currently in the format for now. Is there anything particular that Bunny will want specifically against Brute Demon Hunter, or is this mulligan for the Priest just the standard sort of rally mulligan?
I mean, why not both is the answer to that. Like, yes, there is something very specific. He wants minions to play on curve, but that is also just kind of standard Rally Priest mulligan. So, but specifically against Demon Hunter, that's kind of accentuated more, right? Because of that problem you saw illustrated in the previous matchup, where if you just kind of get one banner minion down on the board, in that case it was Razorglaive Sentinel. In this case, it would just be any minion in the deck outside of Drekthar, but Drekthar comes with those minions anyway. Brute Demon Hunter just can't really interact with it, so then you put a buff on it, and then they can't interact with it more, and then you put more buffs on it, and then they can't interact with it even more than that, and then they die. So
possible for something to be more like you can't interact with it more, but you just can't it's more immune.
I mean, I'm pretty sure every one of us says things like, you know, it's somewhat unique, slightly unique, almost unique, which is a definite concept as well, and we all get away with it, so why not?
Fair enough, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. So, unless you want me to stop and pick you up on that every single time, then we're going to have to draw a truce, right?
You drew this round. Yeah, speaking of Drekthar as well, like it feels like a win card, right? If that's played on curve, it feels incredibly difficult. There is a Soul Shear here for Psycho, so if the Sethic is played early on, there is an immediate answer if it's not going to be played with a buff.
Yeah.
Outside of that, oof. Let's have palm reading to go fishing for an insight. I guess that is the number one fear, right? Is if you do have these priest games sometimes where you just don't get hold of the minions for 5 turns.
Right. Yeah.
And 5 turns is an eternity for Demon Hunter.
Long-term plan, wouldn't mind to see an Elec mount here. His hand is still relatively cheap, so he can afford to have a mana sink in there. If he does draw a Nazmani, he already has Gift of Luminance and some 1-mana spells to pop off with. And I think Elec Mount is a pretty useful mana sink to have. Yeah,
and I was just going to say, the more I see this card, I think I'm becoming obsessed with Stormpike Aid Station. Because I was just like, well, we just said there's only Soul Shears. What if you just give everything 2 health for turn after turn? Seems pretty good to me.
That's it.
I like it as well because even though it's not perfect, it's one of those cards that if Bunny has a slow turn, but he's got minions coming, he can just play it beforehand, right? Oh no, you miss 1 wave of +2 health. It's not the end of the world.
Bunny choosing to dump a Holy Smite with the fear of, yep, exactly that, Coin Glide being available. Don't think Bunny will be massively upset. You never want to see Glide because it's still a handful of discounted spells that he's losing, right? Which does suck, and he has multiple routes in his deck to be able to he was one Sethic, one Nazmani away from a real good time in that spot. Now he does kind of have to start from scratch, but having drawn the insight, I think that might just be a deal that Bunny Hopper would have accepted in hindsight.
Does have to face down a Brute, though, as Psycho managed to get one down. And one feels like enough right now. It might not in the future, but right now, just having the first actual relevant minion on the board as Demon Hunter, looking good for Psycho. Just need to be able to get to that Spectral site soon. But again, if Bunny doesn't play any minions, Psycho's probably okay with not being able to necessarily Spectral site next turn.
Aid station, absolutely nutty.
Yep.
Look at all those minions with +2 health.
All that value.
Pleasure doing business.
To be fair, I wanted to take Elic Mount, and if it was Elic Mount, he would not have even corrupted his insight this turn. So there you go.
Let's see. Oh, okay. Ended up getting a Spectral anyway. Nice.
Very nice. Fragment did not end up mattering because of the double tradable that was then found. Would have been able to complete the quest anyway. But Bunny running out of time to do something disgusting here. Okay, that certainly helps.
He just needs to renew into Soul Mirror. He'll be fine.
Well, even then, like, the asymmetrical nature of the Brutes doesn't really help that much, does it?
It means he gets loads of 1 health taunts.
Yeah, true.
We go digging with the renew. Does get the Nazmani for cheap. Gift draws him a card. Yeah. Save the mana as well because the reduction hit the gift.
Does get a 7 health Nazmani out of the deal. That does mean that Psycho finally has a target for this Soul Shear on the left-hand side if he wants to use it. But now, with Acrobatics hitting Tusk Piercer, I imagine he is going to go that route instead for the double draw. And it's going to be Kurtrus in hand, but is it going to be further Brutage? Unlikely now.
Like he's going to trade. I think there are sometimes you can disrespect just an Nazmani on the board. But I think because next turn is likely to be Kurtrus, which is a relatively slow turn by Demon Hunter standards, it's worth killing because next turn you're more or less playing a 7/7 and passing, right? So just kill the Nazmani and be happy with it.
I expect now in response to that, we're going to see Raise Dead play the minion, gift. Which means if your opponent wants to play Kurtrus, then you are going to have some form of surviving Nazmani on board, which is a very big deal. Even rolls the discount to be able to land the Bless, creating a 7/9 on the other side, which is pretty nightmarish to deal with now.
Just to at least have the taunt in the way, so that will protect the Kurtrus at least on board initially.
I grow impatient.
Kill off the 1/3. I do wonder, like, I guess he can buy some time, but yeah, and I'm just wondering, like, what if he just goes face? Has Lion's Frenzy in hand and now the Kurtrus reduction.
Yeah, I can certainly see the argument.
It's tricky because, you know, anything can happen on Bunny's turn if you leave them up, right? Or even if you leave the 1 extra up. Yo, is he going to trade the big one?
Playing the big one. Yeah, so there was a bunch of lines there. There was all face, right? There was just use the weapon swing and the Soul Shear to kill the small Nazmani and then get your 6 to face with the Brute. And there was kill the big one, which is what Psycho ended up doing. All of which kind of had their own relative merits. The outright aggression obviously being face damage plus Lion's Frenzy equals win the game. The Soul Shear option dumps the Soul Shear, which is nice because then you have Kurtrus Spectral Sight on the following turn, but also would get you some face damage with the Brute. Whereas Psycho's line, he dumps the Soul Shear, gets the Spectral Sight unlocked, loses a bunch of face damage, but he does take away big, scary outs like, you know, massive Elic Mount, massive Apotheosis, all those kind of things, being able to punish him coming back the other way. But I believe that Bunny's deck now is down to a single Bless, or has he used both at this point? I'm not sure. I know he used one on the previous turn.
Yeah,
He has one Bless remaining.
yeah, he used
so
one. Yeah.
the likelihood that he was going to die to that one remaining minion was pretty low.
Yeah, for Bunny, this has been kind of one of those hands, right? Just didn't get the Sethek, didn't get the any real good value, not getting that generation at all, and it's just it looks pretty miserable for him so far.
Yeah. And I would expect that Psycho is almost always going to find lethal here. Hopefully he is secure enough in this lethal calculation that he does not need the philosophy for the extra soul fragments there, which is of course something that you can do when you are going for straight up Lion's Frenzy lethal. He finds himself too short at the end of his deck. You best believe I'm bringing that one up again.
He even had Soul Share, right, as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, the Soul Shear can always go in, right? And then the initial two from the 1/3 always go in. It's whether you want to use the philosophy to kind of create extra ones in your deck over the course that really matter.
Yeah, I was meaning more like mana concerns, right? Like, what worked out being the same anyway.
Yep. And I think the defining factor here is that with Lion's Frenzy already in hand costing 3, Psycho's just saying that he doesn't have enough mana to go for the Lion's Frenzy lethal anyway. Which makes sense, so he's just instead going to go fishing for brutes and then use the philosophy to make the massive unbeatable board instead. Excellent decision making from Psycho, and this should pretty much lock out the game from here.
One more draw though. Know what it could be. Have to be exactly Sethek or Drekthar, yeah.
Yeah.
And it is.
Did you say renew?
Oh, no.
Insight. Sethek.
Sethek.
It's a Sethek. All right. 1/1 though. He's going to need a very early Gift of the Luminance. Gift of the Luminance?
My name's Luminance. Oh, we got Soul Mirror as well.
Yeah.
Many cards left.
Yeah. He has far more important things to deal with than waiting to die in this game of Hearthstone right now, it seems. One card left in the deck is Razorglaive Sentinel, by the way, which is why the Kazakhstan is not active. In order to draw a card, he has to trade another minion back into his deck, so that doesn't work either.
Yeah, if he plays Lion's Frenzy, he will then draw.
I grow impatient.
Oh, he won't, sorry, will he?
Nope, wrong tradable.
Yep. Oh, yeah, he's just going to clear the board.
Yeah, I don't mind this at all.
Yeah, not go crazy.
Weirdly, there's very few cards here to counteract the argument of what happens if you just play an 8/8, don't you just win the game? One of those cards specifically is Soul Mirror.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done that before. I played it, the 8/8, and thought, oh, yeah, it'll be fine. And then it got cleared. I was like, well, now I can't win the game. Oops.
Quick, play the Sethek while the Razorglaive's still alive. Ah.
Like, it is likely going to have to be ads, right?
Mm-hmm.
He does have the Broom and the 1-2 to trade in. Or maybe Bunny Hop, and pretty much knowing that Psycho has access to any cards left in his deck now, maybe he actually heals a Brute, right?
Maybe, yeah.
The 1-2 and the Broom, just taking the 6-1s out.
Yeah. I think if Bunny's digging for it, there are ways he can die here, depending on which cards are discounted and which cards aren't. Like that Glide, for example, that Psycho had, if those were both playable alongside the Kazakhstan, then theoretically you could draw enough cards with the Lion's Frenzy and then draw, you know, an actual playable card from a discounted treasure that's still being discounted from the Kazakhstan aura. Sorry, from the Kurtrus aura.
Yep.
To be able to get there. But it's very, very hard to know what optimal is in this spot because you're missing so much information on what costs mana and what doesn't.
Okay.
I would imagine you don't use the Broom here in case disasters happen. Oh no, okay, he is going to.
Win the game quick. That good Kaz trade in to that 1-2. I don't even know what this was. That Drekthar.
That was Drekthar.
Where were you before? Bunny gonna concede. Pretty much just spent the whole game getting pushed out of that one by Psycho here. Bunny not really able to get hold of any of the early minions he wanted or needed. But Psycho did a good job there of keeping calm, because that was what I sort of half brought up during that game is against Priest, things can just go wrong because there's so many different things they can generate, whether it's value, whether it's removal, whether it's heal, whether it's a mixture of those things, that you can't be confident in saying, okay, I will get to do this next turn, because you don't know what you'll be able to do a lot of the time. So I think Psycho did a really good job there of just keeping cool and making sure he wasn't letting himself slip.
I love how we're only like halfway through this replay and Bunny's already at the point where he had checked out, taken off his headphones, and he was just waiting for the opportunity to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
That's what most of this game had been from Bunny. Like, the draw was not there. He had something set up with the initial palm reading discount if he was then able to get hold of a minion. He then got hit with the Glide into a position where he got the insight to find the minion, but without the support that he'd got from the discounted spells that he'd set up previously. That was too slow. He was stuck in a situation where it was all Nazmanis and no Sethic, and you kind of want to mix of both with this version of the deck. So it was always going to be a bit of a problem overall. And now Psycho moves on, having found that win with the Demon Hunter finally. He starts to move on to some Muckler decks, bringing us back to what we saw yesterday. Buff Paladin with Neophyte thrown in, with King Muckler thrown in, with Blademaster Akani thrown in as well. This is very akin to what we saw from Yarla's lineup yesterday.
Yeah, and this is a bit of a deceptive matchup as well, because on one hand, well, if the Buff Paladin plays, has a decent curve against what Bunny just did in the previous game, you'd be like, well, Paladin just destroys Priest, right? Like every single time. But that's not necessarily the case, is it? So what do you think about just this matchup in general, the Rally Priest versus the Buff Paladin?
I do still think that the Buff Paladin has a good time of it in general. It does depend a lot on build, because if you're going to add a couple of stealth minions into the Buff Paladin, I think that makes a big deal, because if you have Sneaky Delinquent or whatever that you can land on the board, then basically no matter what, outside of Condemn and a few other things that can get generated, there's always caveats when you're playing against Priest, right? Because they have access to the entire card library. Yeah, right, exactly. But things can happen. But stealth minions are generally helpful, because then even if a Sethic or an Nazmani comes down with a Fortitude or a Feast or whatever else, you're then in control of the buff and the value trade on the other side. Broom is another tool that can help you do that as well. But with vanilla lists, it can just be a little bit dependent on who gets the fast start, right? Because already now you could see that Bunny has the opportunity to just take a role with the Sethic if he really wants to, and if there's no immediate response to be able to buff up and trade up, then he's going to probably run away with the game from there because of that consolidated Sethic, although he does not have the ideal hand for it right now.
I do like it anyway, though, right? Because what would the buff have to be to both kill the Sethic and the Knight of Anointment not die, right? So you know at least if the Sethic dies, it's probably due to, it probably means the Knight of Anointment's going to die, or the Sethic lives most of the time. So I do like it, because he has Drekthar anyway, and I think it would just be better if he just tried to not let Psycho overtake the board early. A different way though. Use Thrive instead. Ended up getting that Devour, which again is very useful in this matchup.
Yes,
A
indeed.
lot of 1 health minions.
Lots of 1 health minions. Righteous Protector 1/1 Divine Shield as well, which, you know, Devour is one of the few cards that can kind of bypass a Divine Shield effect entirely.
True strength comes from within.
Also just the interesting interaction in this matchup. I think we saw in APAC where a Gift of Luminance on a Righteous Protector can be a huge, huge deal. And then we'll see if that comes out to play. Another Thrive as well. Just to try and set up something. Does have Rally now too, so the Drekthar next turn, even if stuff is cleared up. Still feel confident.
Yeah, but I think now with the rally draw, Bunny feels, and I think rightly so, like he can fight for tempo a little bit here, right? Like,
Yeah.
this felt like the problem with the Sethic play last turn is like, yeah, okay, you play a Sethic, and let's say it was just Hand of Adal, right? In the situation that you were talking about, where the Knight of Anointment trades into the Sethic, but that's the whole turn, the Knight dies, the board's empty, you go from there. Bunny couldn't really capitalize on that, right? Because he didn't have a follow-up. Whereas now, he can kind of just play stuff every turn for the rest of the game, ideally, because he can go from this into Drekthar, into Rally, and then hopefully by that point, he's got some sort of turn based on those 3 things happening over the previous 3 turns. So I think this, just 1 extra turn of patience from Bunny does make a good deal of sense here.
It gets the Sethic in the mix as well for Rally, doesn't it? So it's going to be pretty good here. Psycho does, of course, have the buff and the trade for the Sethic. But Bunny is going to be able to just drop Drekthar and be able to just contest the board pretty nicely, actually. When you look, there's only a 6-2 and a 1-1 at the moment. Goes double Nazmani, wow.
Yeah, double 5 healther is
Yeah.
very nice indeed. Because if this was a 1-on-1, if this was Nazmani plus Sethic, then Seika would be able to deal with that, right? He'd have 1 trade already locked up, and then it's just to hold the bridge or whatever else, and then bam, you deal with the 3 health minion. Dealing with 2 5 health minions, lot trickier.
A question for you, Sol. How unplayable is Mukla in this matchup? Because it must be close, right? You must feel bad whenever you drop it.
Yeah, it's definitely not the ideal matchup for it, I would say, but I would say that can also be overstated. Like, there are certainly situations where you will happily just have a 5-5 because, you know, Rally Priest is also very brute Demon Hunter in a lot of regards, where if you get a decent-sized minion on board, they're just not going to remove it without having minions in play. So if you just go, like, Trog, Coin, Mukla or something like that, right? Like, yeah, sure, then we're in business.
I'm 7 moves ahead of you.
Go for Okani.
Don't hate it. Takes the spell, but Bunny Hop can just happily trade into it and get on with his life, which I think is what he's going to do here.
Yeah, it's the sort of side value or negative, depending on where you look at it, of that card, right? It's that, yes, it doesn't work if you just kill it, but it has got 6 health, right? It's still going to soak 6 damage one way or another if that happens. Try and Thrive into something that could help him out next turn with a Rally. That seems to make sense to me. Gets a Renew or a Feast.
Gotta be the Renew, I imagine. Ooh, double proc on the Soul Mirror, not ideal. He wants to see 1 proc go on the Renew at the very least. Does not. Got in that weird position with a Fortitude as well, where it was just kind of eating discounts, but also getting more expensive as you consumed spells, which can be a little bit painful. It's why a lot of the time you'll see it be used as a matter of first order during a turn, so that weird dynamic doesn't happen. But in this spot, I think Bunny's sequencing was absolutely fine there. Just a little bit unlucky in the way that the discounts rolled.
Yeah, really strong setup though for Bunny. Double Divine Shield on the Nazmani means that they're almost certainly safe, right? Like what can even kill them with just a horse on board? And I do wonder now if that ever means Bunny, imagining these Nazmanis live, he's just going to drop Rally for just Ascetic next turn. Maybe not now. Ooh, expensive Fortitude?
Could theoretically still get both expensive Fortitude and cheap Fortitude down this turn, which would be insane. The discounts play ball.
Or just Soul Mirror? Oh, you've got to look at Hysteria, right? Oh, okay. I guess it's the choice between doing your own thing versus thinking about what your opponent wants to do. I was just thinking if you ever scared of, which maybe is not Bless of Authority, then the Hysteria can help actually just clear a whole board. But I guess the idea is if you pick something else, he's going to get ahead on board anyway, so it shouldn't matter.
Yeah, and exactly that. Because if you pick Hysteria, even if Psycho makes a huge minion, when you cast Hysteria on it, it's going to clear your board as well, right? Which is not what you really want to be doing in this position. So I definitely agree with that decision. And in that case, if you're scared of Blessing of Authority, Focused Will is also quite effective against Blessing of Authority.
Yeah, but it gives them health.
Don't think it does, though.
Depends what trade it made the previous turn. Here we go, though. Bunny finally gets the rally down. Gonna start going with the Sethic.
Yeah, this Soul Mirror is getting cast for 0 this turn. I can tell you that much. Okay, if he's going to end up focus willing, it probably won't.
I'd love it if it kind of did, though. Just 'cause it'd be funny. It's like, no, I want that 1/4 horse.
I mean, honestly, if you like, you might still end up in a position where it's correct just to burn it for the discounts, right? If you do get it down to 0.
Ooh. Ran out of targeted spells. Yeah, I don't mind it, honestly. Get a taunt out of it as well.
It does seem a little bit frivolous now that you have dealt with the big old 8-5 problem or whatever it was on the other side of the board.
This is starting to snowball, right? Like, this is the problem with the buff piled in. It's ability to come back from a rough start is not great, other than that ability being buff smite 100 times with the hero power.
Don't you start!
I'm doing it on purpose.
I'll banish you to the Shadowlands of America's Grandmasters if you carry on like that, Raven.
You wouldn't dare. You know when people say, "Oh, I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemies." You know what I mean? I think that would be okay. I think I'd be safe because I don't think you would do that to me sort of after our years of friendship.
The etymology of that phrase is actually describing making people cast with Lorinda, actually. So yeah, you're spot on.
There you go. I'm safe. Gonna drop smite. Okay, really respecting the Sethic, and it makes sense. Again, if the more you play this deck, you very quickly realize that without Sethic, it is nowhere near as powerful as it seems.
Unfortunately.
Found another Sethic. Wait, though, right?
I wouldn't hate it.
Because like, if he just gets a Gift of Luminance, he is very happy, right? Whereas if he plays this Ethic now and then, he's already used, what, a Raised Dead and a Rally so far? So he's running out of ways to bring them back. So I think he's so far ahead on board. He knows exactly what Psycho's deck's capable of. It needs to play the minions and start pushing, but it's very slow. He's just seen Smite used. Like, shouldn't be afraid of anything, right? He has 4/7 and 2/2/5s on the board. Looks really good to me.
Yeah, also, so it doesn't even necessarily have to straight up be a Gift of Luminance. If you just draw a second targeted spell off of your deck, right, then you can just go Sethic and have 2 guaranteed targeted spells to reroll for. And like currently, of the 14 cards he has, 6 of them are targeted spells. One of them's a tradable that rerolls. And he has the Amulet, which he's just put in there as well, which is another one that rerolls. So he's actually in a pretty good spot, I think, overall, just to be able to wait for an extra turn here and just improve his average pop-off by a large amount on the next turn.
Oh, now he's got 1 mana Soul Mirror, so he can get an 11-1 after.
The light dims, but we fight.
Bunny wants some juice. He wants something pointy here, ideally. That is not it, though.
No. Like, what if he just... Again, like, just Soul Mirror, heal the 11-1, and just Plague? And clear, obviously the Plague will clear the what's left, right? And just say, okay, I'll wait another turn. I'm massively ahead still. Now he's got an 11-3 on the board. Like, again, I think it's that point where if he starts being greedy with Sethic, or maybe not even greedy, but greedy's probably the wrong word, but if he starts throwing Sethic down now, buffed Samuro clears the board and then suddenly he's in trouble.
Yeah, this is the first term where things have got a little bit scary, I would say, for Bunny, because up until now, even if Samuro is a card in hand, he's been able to calculate the breakpoints, right? Whereas like, well, Samuro doesn't clear my board anyway, so who cares, right? I'm not going to play around that nonsense, forget about it. Now we've hit the first turn where we're actually in Blademaster Blessing of Authority territory, right? Which can suddenly be a massive swing, but like it does not find it. With that pesky 1-1 taunt in the way, still, as it hasn't for multiple turns, Blademaster Hold the Bridge does not do enough.
The problem is, doesn't at least kill the 1-1, it's just lethal on board. So weirdly enough, is it Blademaster Hold the Bridge?
Has to be, right? Yeah.
And trade heal, and then it holds the frenzy ability anyway. Well, he just has to, yeah. And just plays the Skulker with it as well. Oh no, it's gonna hold. Okay. So Bunny needing a total of 1 damage. And got it.
Let's all do it.
Yep.
Huge victory
Easy.
for Bunny. Huge series to win. As I mentioned, he said he felt a little bit unfavored, and I would concur with that going in. And that means, of course, that Bunny will now advance. He falls into the waiting arms of Blythe, who is in the victorious position in that upper bracket, whereas Psycho goes down to face Floki, who had the lower seed and was waiting in the lower bracket. So big, big series to win for Bunny. Again, he wasn't a massive unfavorable like we saw yesterday with Superfake for sure, but just a couple of interactions in the matchup probably made it to the point that Psycho should have felt advantage, but he did just have a few rough draws.
Yeah.
With the Brute Demon Hunter in particular, I would say, and then this Buff Paladin draw was far from ideal. Bunny left in the position where he had 3 bites at the cherry to get there with the Rally Priest, only needed 2 in the end. And that means that is the situation that we see now, as was just described. Bunny versus Blythe, Psycho versus Floki coming up for you later today.
Yeah, Psycho still has a chance, of course, if he can take a victory over Floki. Who knows, we might get the rematch again like we had yesterday with Yarla and Superfake. But coming up next, we've got Bunny Hopper versus Blyze for the winners match to see which the first player from Group B will be going into that top 4. I can't wait. One, I love watching Blyze play. You know this, everyone knows this. But also, it's just going to be interesting again because we get that different lineups sort of jumping at each other, similar to what we've seen most of the weekend. Actually, we've not really seen too many mirrors going on so far in Europe. But as always, we are going to be going to a break, and just like yesterday, it's going to be a bit of a longer break because, of course, Bunny is playing yet again. So we're going to give him 10 minutes or so. But don't go anywhere, and we'll be back to continue today's Hearthstone Grandmasters. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to get into our second match of the day, and it is going to be Blyze versus Bunny Hopper. Bunny Hopper coming off the back of a win just mere minutes ago, and his opponent is going to be the player who sat in the winner's side of the group, I guess, which is going to be Blyze. And so they do have fairly similar lineups as well, but the big surprising factor is the week when everyone's going brute, Blyze is not.
Yeah, I don't really know what's happened there because it does seem like he's done all the hard work. I was saying yesterday that Brute Demon Hunter is the most successful deck in Europe Grandmasters, 80% plus win rate. But Blyze has now done all that work, being the person largely responsible for that happening, and then just jumped off the train right as everyone else jumps on it. We've seen multiple other people getting on the Brute Demon Hunter train, and Blyze has just said, nah, I'm back to Fel Demon Hunter this time around, which is a very interesting development indeed.
It reminds me of Letta, right? When he was playing Miracle Priest for so long on his own, and then people started playing Miracle Priest and he stopped, and it was like, is it just the ultimate hipster thing? Well, if everyone's playing it, I'm not going to play it because then I wouldn't be cool anymore. We'll have to see. The big surprise for me, though, Sottle, is the difference in bans. Although the lineups are very similar, we do have Rogue banned away from Blyze, and Bunny Hopper's going to be losing his Druid. Is that down to the sole factor of the difference in Demon Hunters?
I would expect so, yes. I think we've seen what Brutes can do to Druids a couple of times over the course so far. I also think that, you know, Rally Priest is a deck that certainly Bunny has in mind with the lineup that he's gone for, some of the tech cards that he's gone for. It is interesting to see Druid being left up in a position where it's not necessarily being straight up necessarily hard targeted, but still, you know, good decks, reasonable decks in the Druid matchup. And yeah, weird to be sat in a position where we're like, oh, Quest Rogue, yeah, that's a good enough deck to ban from your opponent, because, oh, it's come a long way from the days of yore where I think only Libram Paladin was more the butt of the joke in Hearthstone Grandmasters than Quest Rogue was a couple of seasons ago. So it's come a long way.
Yeah, and it looks like the first matchup is going to be Bunny Hopper on that Demon Hunter, which is the Brute variety, going up against Blyze, who's going to be on his Druid. So we're going to get another Demon Hunter versus Druid matchup. And honestly, I'm just excited to see Blyze play, especially the way he's been playing this season. He's been looking extremely confident with the decks he's chosen to bring throughout the past 3 weeks. And yeah, I think even though, you know, I love Bunny and I think he's more than got what it takes to go all the way, Blyze is just, for me, one of the dangers of the European Grandmasters. He's someone who I feel you'd always want to dodge if you're going to run into someone in a bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. Mentioned there, of course, back-to-back 400-player tournaments. Thank you for putting that in there, because we should talk about that all the time. But yeah, one game away from making Worlds as well, which I think is crucial as we now talk about getting to that part of the season yet again. Blyze had a real heartbreaker in a playoffs finals against Frenetic previously, which was a real nightmare scenario for him, getting all the way up to the line. You know, I did interview him at one point and said that it was the first time that we'd really see him like passionate and seemingly invested about things. And he was saying that, you know, even though he gives off this sort of nonchalant aura where he just shows up, jams some cards, leaves, you know, like he is really, really invested. He does want to get to the World Championship. He wants to be world champion. Like, this is what this has all been for. And if he can't scuba, then what does it all mean?
Yeah, and looking at the Druid deck here, it is just a fairly standard list, nothing too crazy. Druid, outside of some of the stuff we've seen from Fury Hunter so far this weekend, not normally a deck right now that's being teched too much one way or the other, purely because it's just top of the food chain, right? It feels like with Druid. So do you need to tech it when it's, you know, so powerful? Although this weekend has all been about so far targeting Druid and seeing if it can perform or not. But we are ready to get into this game. Game number one here, Bunny Hopper, Demon Hunter on top with a pretty solid opening, and Blyze already throwing out the mulligan but keeping the resizing pouch.
Which I would imagine signals the intention, sorry, to just throw that straight out there on one. Pick up a Vate or a Bloom to be able to do something grossly powerful as rapidly as possible. There it is.
Oh, the desk imp. No, okay.
Yeah, grossly powerful. Yeah, that's how I would immediately describe it.
Bunny Up and Nat has a nice, at least initial setup here, right? With Sigil unlocking the Spectral Sight for next turn.
Yeah. This, weirdly enough, was that dream coin hand that I was talking about in the previous series in Psycho's game, where on coin you would have just gone quest, coin, sigil, and then because that sigil was far left, you would have unlocked your Spectral Sight for the super fast quest completion. Bunny will have to make do on turn 3.
Oh, insta overgrowth here coming out from Blythe. Not going to bother with the nature studies or anything, just going to get straight into the overgrowth. I was going to say either looking for the ramp or obviously most importantly the guff to get to, because he does have access to that coin still. I think he'll be more than happy with that overgrowth.
Vanilla instincts here just tell you to rip the Spectral Sight, finish your quest, that's 3 and 4, then you have 1 mana remaining to play probably the Sigil to set you up for the following turn. Discount all the cards on the right-hand side. All makes sense to me.
Although they're pretty good, but I was going to say maybe a little bit disappointing that the Soul Shear grabbed so many of those reductions from the Sigil and the quest now, because in this matchup specifically, Soul Shear is really there to actually just put fragments in the deck, right? So
pretty much, yeah.
I even wonder if it's ever, like maybe even next turn, it's like in this turn, like Sigil run it and then Soul Shear it. Is that ever a thing? Is that too dramatic?
I think it's pretty reasonable, honestly.
Makes sense, right? You just want the card draw.
Yep.
And get it out the hand, right, if you want to glide. Get it gone.
I'm always interested, by the way, to see whether players do or do not play 0-mana Tusk Piercers in situations where they've already attacked. This one, it doesn't matter. Obviously, you play it, right? It costs 0, you attack with it, so then you draw a card on the following turn. But sometimes you've completed quest by swinging a Tusk Piercer in the first place. You draw another one. And there's kind of this internal debate of like, well, there's no reason to play it. Yeah, there's no reason to not play it either. So what do you do? Entirely arbitrary argument. Good start. That looked like a brute. It sure was. And it hit the discount of the Sigil, which is beautiful. Ooh, followed up by Illidari Studies as well. So he has 2 draws already for 0 mana with swing and double jump, which means he has 4 mana to get brute down from 3. I'm feeling like he's going to get brutey this turn, Raven. Oh, he's going to get very brutey this turn.
Yeah, it's not looking bad so far, is it?
Now goes down to 2, so he has 3 mana remaining. 2 mana remaining will get this down to 1. That Philosophy gets discounted to 0. The Illidari Studies get discounted to 0, which discounts the other Philosophy down to 0 when he casts it. Yeah. Infini Brute. Actually ends up just spending the mana on the Philosophy since he has it to spare anyway. No Spirit Jailer concerns because the Brutes got cheap enough anyway before he started casting Philosophies. And good game.
Yeah, Blythe has 6 mana and a Dream next turn to try and do something to stop this. I'm already struggling to think of what.
You see Bunny has played around Resizing Pouch, Cave Hydra, Resizing Pouch, Broom. Very nicely done.
I would honestly imagine that the only real draw there for Blythe would be Guff, right?
Just because it gives him the best chance of just doing something deeply degenerate next
Yeah,
time.
exactly, yeah. Because other than that, like, nothing gets in there. He doesn't have the mana for Kaz into treasures or anything like that over the course of a turn or so. Doesn't have the mana to really impact the board in any way. I imagine that's why he started with the, I think he started with the 1 mana Moonlit Guidance, right? Obviously, if he got Guff there, that would have been a big deal. But yeah, I don't see what it is. Looks like he's going for Innovate for the Resizing Pouch into Bloom. That's what, 24 minimum this turn? Ooh. Okay.
Yeah. Interesting, not playing the studies first.
I also had one of my trademark silly suggestions. What if you just played the glaive?
Play the Razor Glaive, go fade.
Yeah,
I thought about it as well.
played it,
Honestly, I
right?
thought
It's
about
like,
it as well.
what's going to happen? You've got 3 Haunting Brutes.
Yeah. I actually don't think it's that far out of left field. I think if he'd have not drawn complete quest in one card off the top,
Yeah,
he might have
that's
had more of a
true,
chance
yeah.
to think about it. But like, this is just Kurtrus in hand now, where you know your opponent's at the very least going to have to spend their whole turn reacting to this in some way. So you should have just free reign to then play Kurtrus on the following turn and win the game.
No, those look good enough to me. Yeah, the buff doesn't even actually change anything, does it?
Not really.
Adorable. It's what, 1 damage off right now?
Husk Piercer lethal, the rarest of lethals? No, doesn't find it yet. Can go Illidari Studies for a couple of lethal outs here as well. Dreadlord's Bite and Gunnar Glavesmith. Not those.
He probably can, right? Yeah. I was looking whether he can do like Philosophy with Brute again, but he probably can't, or maybe just actually can't. So it's likely to just be Kurtrus, maybe take another Glide.
Yeah, it's close. It could still be Philosophy, and you just trust that with a full turn of Kurtrus that you're going to get a good Brute turn, even with only 1 tradable right now to start the card draw train going. But I do think Glide is probably the most secure pick in that spot.
So Guff, Moontouch does not do enough, I don't think, right?
Nope.
Put him up to 9, Moontouch.
15.
Wow, these Brutes really did come just in time, right?
Yep.
Even though it seems incredibly powerful at almost any point in the game, I feel like if Bunny got to those Brutes a turn later, we'd be talking a lot more about how Blaiz can win this game.
Yeah, I think so too. Guff just, you know, still living his best life.
Oh, he's always having a great time.
Yeah. Blaiz searching deeply for resizing pouch outs, has an Innovate, a Bloom, and a resizing pouch available to go digging with. Ends up looking for a 2. Don't think any of these are getting it done.
Oh, that's all the mana spent. That's the concede, and Bunny takes game number 1 in, I'm going to say, fairly straightforward fashion. Obviously, you know, he did the plays. Like, Brute Demon Hunter is a very fickle beast sometimes with how, you know, the draws happen, how to actually progress your quest. But got the Brutes down nice and early, pressured Blaiz. And even though Blaiz did have a reasonable draw, just didn't have a way to stop 3 Brutes together. And honestly, not many decks in the game do. So understandable, but it does mean Bunny's off to a great start. Takes a victory over a Druid already, and now he just has his Rally Priest and that Quest Rogue to be able to get the job done with.
And it is a fairly rare situation, but it is one that you love to see as the Brute Demon Hunter. The Brute being drawn off the first proc of Sigil of Alacrity at the start of the turn, because that usually makes such disgusting things happen. You get the 1 natural discount from the Sigil, you're then almost certain to complete a quest because it's a Sigil turn, you then get another discount on the Brute, which has then also been discounted 4 or 5 times by the actual draws that you're using to complete the quest. So the world's your oyster at that point, because you get that Brute down to 0 so easily. And that's exactly the kind of draw that Bunny would have been looking for going up against Druid in particular, because now the big question mark, right? The risky decision of leave up Druid with a, sort of softer target lineup than we have seen from some other people in this tournament. You're always going to be asked questions about that, right? Particularly by stupid results-oriented casters who would look at a Druid that got a win against you straight away and go, well, shouldn't have left up Druid, should you, idiot? But now, at the very least, Druid is going to go 1-1 in this series for Blythe, right? Which is fine as a deck that you're going to leave up on the other side. So a very vindicating victory for Bunny Hopper so far.
Yeah, and we are going to see Druid being played again from Blythe, a player who has started to make, well, not started, but does make a habit of just endlessly jamming one deck until it wins and then moving on, as opposed to we see other players who it's almost surprising to see them queue the same deck twice in a row if they've lost with it. So we'll have to see if it pays off one way or the other. But Blythe, yep, going to be on the Druid again. Bunny on this Priest. And once again, I'll ask you some questions, Sal. In this matchup, this definitely is just a throw the minions out on curve, right? If you have them, and if you have a relevant hand, of course. But I feel like this is something you want to just pile pressure on the Druid, because you can't wait, surely.
Yeah, 100%. Like, if you just go Sethic into Feast in this matchup, like, you just get there. If you go anything into Fortitude in this matchup, you just kind of get there. Like, absolutely, this is minions on curve. As always with the Druid matchup, there is that consideration of Lunar Eclipse specifically. But it gets a bit weird, right? Because if you wait one turn to play around the Lunar Eclipse breakpoint, then you're then also walking into Feral Rage or Moon Touch Damlift.
Right,
now, additional cards that aren't available if you just jam it out with the coin or play it on 2 straight away. So yeah, I think it's a very, play your minions, hope they don't have the removal, because statistically, they don't have the removal more often than not on the other side, even with the amount of, tutoring and digging that they can have through their deck.
Blythe's picking up another Bloom. Bunny getting hold of a Nazmani now. Obviously a little bit too early to play it yet, but it's a start, especially when you're sitting with Apotheosis in hand, right? Like, that's, again, just another reasonable little buff there to chuck on top of the Nazmani. No doubt fishing for more ramp. One of the problems as well in this matchup, right? A lot of matchups for Druid, if you feel like you're struggling, but you have Blooms and a Scale, you can just play it, right? Just throw the Scale out early and say, I'll control the board for the next turn or two. Against Priest, one Devour, and all that work and overload just burns away into nothingness, right? So it's actually pretty scary.
This is a tough decision.
Play the minion.
Well, so here's the thing, right? Hear me out. If he plays Palm Reading, he discovers another spell, so Feast stays at 3, except it then gets discounted to 2 from Palm Reading, right? He then draws any spell next turn, which means then Fortitude costs 1, which means he can then go Nazmani plus Fortitude on the same turn and get a functionally unkillable Nazmani straight up at that point. However, 5 health, 3 mana, already very, very difficult to kill on the other side of the board for Druid.
Yeah, I was going to say, my response would have been, but Nazmani on board.
Yes.
Guff is there, and it's an option with the Bloom, and honestly, one of those plays where I feel like if it's offered, you just do it, even if there's a Nazmani staring at you on the other side.
So Bloom, Guff, 1 mana, Nature Studies, still playable here.
Ooh.
Interesting. Still doesn't quite get you there in terms of the dream scenario of achieving both here. Playing Guff and killing the Nazmani. That would have been incredible scenes if that was possible.
Yeah, I do like this, though. He's massively overloaded next turn anyway, so just overload even more. Just gain the ramp and go. They managed to draw the Kaz with the Cold Tooth as well. So Blythe has a very clear game plan in front of him. It's all up to Bunny to pile on the pressure to try and take this win.
Indeed.
I imagine, yeah. Ooh, gets the reduction too.
That's huge.
Yeah,
that's so huge, because now 1 mana Fortitude still corrupts it. Oh, that's so insane. Wants to dodge the Drekthar here, and does.
And now he waits, right? There's no reason to play the Sethic this turn. No targeted spells that are castable at this moment in time. The Sethic could die. I guess he's got Rally, so that's one small argument, but you don't want to rally if you don't need to, right?
It's Rally and Raise Dead, and Raise Dead is currently uncastable, and he has a giant Nazmani on board, so honestly, like, minion in play just to die that activates another green card in his hand isn't actually the worst thing now that I look at it.
Yeah, I guess I was more thinking if the minion dies, you raise dead, well then you have, like, the Sethic's a 2 mana, right? I think he's fine enough to just have a pop-off turn next, especially now he's got Gift.
Yes, agreed.
The old smite your own Nazmani play.
We will feed on this way.
Well, he's not going to be playing that anytime soon. Could still be useful over the course of the matchup against Druid, though. But I would suggest just going down the path of make thing bigger.
I wouldn't mind a smite on the 1/1, for example.
But to what end, though? Like, I think it starts with Apotheosis for sure, right? Because that's the card that's useful. And now at this point, is it really worth smiting a Divine Shield just to get one more generated spell?
Yeah, I guess I would have just done the other way, and like if you generate this cheap spell and then Apotheosis gets the reduction, and then you can do it again and maybe do something else. Just the potential of a slightly bigger turn, especially just because Blythe doesn't have a attack hero power anymore. Gonna be Kaz coming down for Blythe. Oh, wand.
Wand.
You deal.
Crusty.
Hilt. Oh, okay.
Krusty's insane. Like, honestly, I know everyone like talks about Wand being like the insane card, but in some situations I almost feel like Krusty's just better because it's actually a swing, right, in one card where you just get to eat a giant minion that they've always made. There's always at least one giant minion on the other side of the board.
Yeah, I think the drawback with that is you always feel like they have removal for it anyway, because it's priest and there's so many ways to kill minions. But you are right, it actually does make them have removal.
Really wants to find a way to get a second Sethic rolling now so he can start going infinite.
That's Deliverance.
Does.
That's the honor kill. Now he can raise dead the Kaz. The game's really coming together. He's got a late game plan.
Yeah, that's what he needed. Yeah, now he's got a win condition.
Yeah.
There was one thing I thought he was really struggling for at the moment. It was ways to win the game.
Yeah, it can happen. Wand.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it is actually a pretty decent contingency plan against the amount of wands he's got on the other side.
Is he going to raise dead now? It would guarantee, wouldn't it?
It would guarantee it at the moment, yeah.
Okay, one of the few matchups where the weapon's not so bad.
Exerciser gonna go into the Divine Shield, I would imagine. Oh no, there's a 4/9 over there. I don't know why I didn't notice that was bigger, but it just is bigger.
You fool. Okay, so Blythe has achieved job number 1, completion. Clear the board of these massive threats.
Yep. Doesn't get it. Okay.
That's only his first raise dead though, right?
Correct, yep.
And look, Stormpike aid station again. It's clutch.
I think it will end up getting played this turn. Sequencing and even whether or not you play this other Nazmani first are kind of tricky here. Ooh.
It doesn't hit the station either.
No. Means that is likely the end of the turn here, unless he does want to just dump the other 2-5 in play.
Now wants more spells.
Okay.
I can see it. It makes it a reasonable blessed target as well, right? Because it's like a threat that's, because it's silenced, it's like a weird threat as opposed to, well, if you just put bless on a normal Nazmani, that's of course going to be targeted. But now the highest health minion isn't necessarily the biggest threat. Rabbit is there. Gale again. Can finish on the crab, I imagine.
Yep. Might still choose to reserve it for bigger threats that he doesn't have good removal for, though, which I wouldn't mind. Yeah, it looks like that is what he's going to do.
Oh, really interesting there, actually, that he went Cold Tooth when he could have actually, if he wasn't going to play the crab, he could have played Heart, right? Don't know. Maybe that wouldn't change breakpoints to be relevant.
We will feed on this world.
Just an awkward selection of spells right now for Bunny. It's not been one of those super clean games where every time you start popping off, you just generate another rally or another Gift of Luminance or a Psyche split or something that really helps you, really helps you get rolling immediately. He's had to be a little bit more creative with his turns. But now it does find that first additional rally, which is a big deal here. Solar Embers, right? Should just be enough.
Yep.
Only 2 are going to get tanked by the minions that are on board.
Like, it adds up to me. Really clean game from Blythe as well. Obviously, you know, getting hold of those treasures, specific ones, meaning he mostly has answers to anything that Bunny can do. Was useful, but I think he just kept his cool throughout that, knew when to clear with the scale, knew when to ramp and play, you know, I'll use the word risky, but when he actually used even more blooms on the overload turn to just keep ramping and push himself into that early-ish curse. Yeah, I think Blythe just was very solid game there and just did enough there, just completely neutered Bunny Hopper's pressure.
Yeah, agreed. Multiple scales over the course of the game as well. Was very picked a very balanced deck as well, I would say. Lots of reactive cards, you know, with Exerciser, Krusty, Wand, all in there. But then knowing that because he had Solar in his hand, he could do that. Because sometimes when you do that, you panic against some decks. And you say, all right, I need removal options. And then you end up without a win condition in your deck. And if the other player is quick enough to recognize that, they can switch to Fatigue as a win condition, right? Because you didn't pick a win condition yourself. But Blythe's in that spot recognized because he had Solar, all he needs is 1 Embers, and that's almost impossible for most decks to resist, particularly if every other card around that kills a minion in play. Right?
Exactly,
So even if things stack up on board, he's able to pick them apart and then drop Solar Embers to win the game.
Yeah, I've messed that up on treasure picks many a time when I'm thinking I'm under pressure. I pick all the removal and then go, oh wait, what do I do now? But here we are going to move quickly on to Blythe on the Fell Demon Hunter, and I believe Bunny is jumping over to his Rogue as well. So a matchup that we've seen dip in and out quite a lot of, with, I think, discussions going both ways as to whether Rogue, like how favored Rogue is or isn't versus Fell Demon Hunter. And I think that's because the nature of the matchup and the nature of Fell Demon Hunter is sometimes you just rip all of your removal at the right times and it looks super one-sided, but other times Rogue just starts the snowball rolling and it never really stops. So I do think it is a pretty close one here, with just a nod to Kazakhstan right at the top end there in this build for Blythe. But other than that, everything looking pretty standard.
Yes, indeed. And on the subject of Bunny's lineup, and I guess continuing this theme of how players tend to take bigger risks, change strategies, go for something a little bit left field going into playoffs when things are all or nothing. We got that great stat from Lorinda that Psycho is playing a brand new lineup. None of the decks, none of the archetypes that he'd brought, he'd played at all in Grandmasters up until that point. Bunny's also pretty close as well. Like, he's had Kazakhstan Druid, of course, but if we can fudge things a lot by saying that was banned a lot over the course of Grandmasters. So he's only played 3 games in Grandmasters with Druid. He's only played 2 games in Grandmasters with Quest Rogue, having lost both of them. He is 0-2 in Grandmasters with Quest Rogue. Never played Rally Priest or Demon Hunter, Brute Demon Hunter in Grandmasters this season. So again, you can see how players are really, reacting to last week's Masters Tour and taking into account the fact that this is an all-or-nothing style tournament. I don't want to say there's no prize for second place, because that's factually not true. There is a prize for second place, but the absolute order of magnitude in which the first place prize of going to the World Championships is on these players' mind means that finally pushing the boat out, doing something a little bit outside your comfort zone is just that little bit more appealing.
Hey, Bunny Opera has a selection of choices for this turn 2 play. Has just Neophyte if he wants to do the old try and disrupt the Demon Hunter early play. Has the Skulker, again, a great start for Quest Rogue. But then also just has the Foxy Swindle turn. You took Shadow Step on top of all of that. And honestly, I don't even know where to start with this opening, Sol.
Choose soon.
My instinct just says Skulker. Bunny is leaning that way as well. I think everything else around that can support this quite well. I really do like Neophyte on 2 against a Quest Demon Hunter, but I do think it's a little bit worse now with Fel than the OTK version, because they're not necessarily super focused on turboing through to the OTK in a lot of positions. So I think in a deck like Quest Rogue, you can, instead of using the Neophyte as Quest Disruption, you can potentially just use the Neophyte as board protection instead when you start to build up that good-sized board state with Smugglers or Informants or whatever other big minions you do manage to get down.
And I do like Bunny there using the step. Obviously, you can argue about, oh, well, he played around glides. But I think in general, just stepping SI minions in a matchup like this is just good. Yes, there are some you would rather step than others. But especially the Skulker, it has the added benefit of mana reduction stacking for next turn. But also, just the fact that you just progress quests. Just get the big stealth minion that Demon Hunter can't deal with down. And you're looking good probably at that point, right?
Big debate here, I imagine, about whether there is an extra 3-2 in play this turn or not.
Yeah. Just funny, right, that he lost Foxy Swindle, got it back, got another Skulker anyway, so that glide wasn't even the end of the world for him. Another Shadow Step. I think this should be Turbo Quest.
This is an incredibly fast quest completion, yeah.
Yeah, another mole, so that's 2 moles in the deck now. Well, 1 in the hand, 1 in the deck.
A mole in the hand is worth 2 in the deck. That's how the old saying goes.
They will never catch me.
The other thing with sayings like that, you'd love to know who said it first.
I see.
Same thing with like, well, who called a tree first?
What?
You know what I mean? Don't think about stuff like that. Who was the first person to go, that's a tree?
Are you casting Hearthstone right now, or are you just hanging out on like r/shower thoughts? What's happening?
No, what I have been doing is hanging out in the Americas broadcast too much.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Just think about
We're
it.
into frantically taking notes. Well, hang on. I need to get to the bottom of this one.
He's used up tree, pulls out the dictionary. Right, what other options have I got here? Even the 0 mana extortion, like extortion, the 1/1 SI face go sort of thing. Like, this is how I would play this in this matchup anyway. Just go absolute max aggro.
This guy's toast.
In the spirit of the Americas broadcast, I just did that TJ thing where I concentrate really hard in silence for a bit, and now I know something that I didn't know before. Tree is actually a Germanic variant of an Indo-European root word shared by Greek, meaning wood or spear. There you go.
Right, but who said it first, Son? I don't care what it means and where it came about. Who was the person that went, it's a tree, that? And someone goes, what do you mean?
I don't think anyone said that's a tree, that.
No, you know what I mean? Someone must have. Someone said it first, right?
So I don't think trees were discovered in Manchester specifically, right?
How do you know?
I don't actually know. You got me there.
This is my whole point. No one knows who said it first, so who knows where it was first said?
Yeah, fair enough.
There you go. Argue with that.
No, I elect not to.
Regardless, Bunny Hopper has managed to get the pretty rare Scabs on 5 if he wants it. There is, of course, the slight fear that 1, he cannot stealth it this turn, and 2, if he plays Scabs and then another glide comes out, all the treasures just disappear. But is that a risk worth taking? So all Scabs into like extortion, and then he just has Battlemaster next turn? And even if it's not lethal, he can either try and bank the damage or just use the other treasures if they're not, or the gadgets, sorry, if they're not glowed away.
Yeah, I am generally an advocate for just slamming Scabs quickly in this matchup because, honestly, stealth Scabs just doesn't really add that much utility to it surviving. And there was a matchup in APAC where I was kind of confused that Scabs just didn't like get jammed on curve and waited for the extra mana to play the stealth because I really don't feel like the stealth does that much. And I think going quicker makes it more likely that your opponent does not have the answer.
However, an answer has been had.
But this is what I mean, right? Like, stealth the Scabs all you want.
Oh, it doesn't, yeah, of course. Yeah. I completely, I would think more, I think people overthink it because it's Scabs. Whereas if I said to you, do you want to drop a 5-mana 7/7 on an empty board against Demon Hunter? You'd be like, yes, of course. Right, so play it, you know. Still, though, just as easily as Bly's removed Bunny's Scabs, Bunny can just dispatch this Magtheridon without much effort as well.
That's right, yeah. Probably starting with the Spiomatic.
Probably Frustrat?
Yes. I think it's fairly close between Viper and Fury. Viper, in a weird way, is just kind of like choke 1 mana from your opponent if they want something else. Whereas Fury might not be a useful card at all, especially as you just saw Warblade as the other option, right? So that's half of the potential Warblades in the deck that are not in Bly's hand, which would be very useful alongside that Fury.
Now, the stealth might be worth something here. Your operative weapon instead, okay. Gonna use that to just push 2 damage later, I imagine.
Yeah, try and be as greedy as possible to pair that with your Battlemaster turn, right? Just on any minion that survives. Not a bad idea.
Well, is gonna have to get something pretty solid here. There's no real good removal. The Fel Barrage will only actually kill 1 minion right now, right?
Yep.
Put like Fury into something and then Fel Barrage to kill 2.
Yeah, if you Fury Hero Power into one of the 4 health minions.
Oh yeah, this will still just kill the 1, right?
This kills 1 extra, yeah. Ah, the mole's back.
It's a Wind Fury mole game, so...
Might well be.
Because Bunny is running out of juice here. And again, it's one of those things where the Battlemaster, yes, Wind Fury is a big deal, but it is also just a 5/5 that you currently don't have on the board.
Yeah, I agree. And a couple of Demon Hunter cards, like Demon Hunter cards transform into damage fairly often, right? So it's not a bad thing to go for here with the mole.
I even just like the extra damage here. Maybe
but I think
reload.
I think you can attack with the mole first, get your cards, and then if you want to use the extra damage, you can just use it on the SI instead, right? Those are terrible.
That was 5 mana, wasn't it? Originally.
The Dormant? Yeah, it was.
Add a Hunter card and release it this expansion. Okay. Card draw available for Bly's, but already now wondering how good this Jace is. Can Bly's rely on a Spectral to dig him out of this? Because he must be feeling quite dead.
Problem is he hasn't played an Immolation Aura, right? He's played 1 Fell Barrage.
Played Fell Screams as well, right?
And Fell Scream, yeah. But Fell Scream could theoretically also not end up targeting anything, right? No, because he hasn't played any Immolation Auras, so Fell Scream will hit something on the other side of the board.
Yeah, I think this isn't great, but rolling the game on the Spectral site probably felt worse.
Oh, what? What on earth? So first off, the Fell Scream Blast has to go first, right? Then, well, it has to go before the Fell Barrage.
Yeah.
Then it has to go on the other side of the board, which is 2 out of 3 in Bly's favour. That is in his favour, that individual iteration. Then the Fell Barrage has to win a 50-50 by hitting the stealth 4 health minion before the unstealth 4 health minion.
Wow.
That's so unlikely. What?
I'm for imprisoned. That's the way Bunny wins this game.
Yep. 10 damage.
Gold Eye is so sick as well.
What does Sigil of Reckoning do? Is it just summon a demon from your hand every turn? Pretty sure that's what it does, right?
Not every turn, but yeah.
Yeah, okay, good.
Because
Important
it's quite strong.
Yeah.
Just better than Skull.
Mm-hmm.
Imprisoning me.
We'll need for greed off the top here for Bly's. We'll be able to provide him with a lot of card draw, but looks like he wants to just reroll instead.
Just jam the Kurtrus. Yep. Instantly gets it into play.
Then has need for greed next turn, or even just Chaos Strike to kick it off with, depending on how he's feeling.
But now Bunny does have Fizz Flash Distractor to be able to take some stats off the board here. Can push face with the Mole, which I'm sure he'll do first. Oh my goodness, these cards have been utter garbage from the Moles.
Hey, this Antian's all right. Just wait. It'll be fine.
I think he's going to have to Fizz Flash Distractor, load up on stats, load up on damage, and just hope that Bly's cannot put enough stuff in the way to be able to resist this damage coming through from the Antaeum.
To be fair, there's not that much stuff, is there?
No. Oh, the Warblades are potentially huge, though. The Immolation Aura as well now has double Immo to sweep all of this up.
Yeah, I think he was really digging for Kurtrus, though, wasn't he?
Kurtrus would have been the ideal for sure, yes. But I think he will take this situation, right? Full clear, full health on board to soak up some of the pings, a little bit of healing.
Waiting for exactly 10 to face. Go. Beep, 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 beep.
Haven't pressed a button in a while. He needs it. Oh, that's not a bad consolation prize.
Yeah.
How big is the Smuggler at this point? Because he has spent all of the early turns just rapidly spamming SI cards. It is all the way up to 10. Oh my goodness.
And suddenly, even at basic level, right? Yeah, yes, there's the Warblade with Chaos Strike, but those are two relatively large minions that are, you know, you've seen Jace. has to be Kurtrus, right, for Blythe.
It does have to be Kurtrus, but there are only 4 cards remaining.
And he can draw minimum 2.
Yep. And he knows... Bunny will know there's a Chaos Strike remaining as well, so that's one potential reroll. Oh, Raven, no. Why have you done such a thing?
It's Studies, Fell Barrage, Spectral, Kurtrus.
Uh-huh.
I hadn't pressed the button in a while.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
I mean,
That
that's a
should
good
do
start. Yeah.
Yep.
If you ever wanted to just empty the deck, that's the card off the top.
Kurtrus can come back down, reapplies the Battle Cry. These do stack on top of each other. That is a 2-mana Kurtrus Demon Render.
How many times has he actually attacked, though? What was that, 6-4?
6/4s. 6/4.
Oh, just enough. Yeah, that'll do. He has that, a trade into the 1-3 and then Fell Barrage.
Exactly. Trade 1 in, face into the 1-3. Not that barrage.
He could fake. No, he could just hit face, right?
Oh, you could just hit face, yeah, sure.
It just leaves the. Yeah, I think both steps have been used as well, right? Just like that, things are looking rough for Bunny. Might well end this game with a couple of terrible Demon Hunter cards in his hand.
Oh, is this better? I mean, yes, both steps have been used, but there is a Tenwu. There is a Tenwu in the deck, which could have then been turned into, like, Scrapyard Colossus. And the
Just
bounce,
assumed
like,
it was a 10 won't, so it's fine.
Does that just end the game at that point? Like, I understand that's a massive amount of damage to ship into a 1-3 in that position. I get that, of course, but you get into that spot of, like, find me any win condition in the deck if you kill the 1-3, and I suppose the answer to that is the other SI7 Smuggler, and then you've done less damage, and maybe there's a chance to get back into it. So yeah, I guess on reflection, it's probably fine, but still, Bunny did go digging there. I think Blythe played that very well throughout most of the game. Bunny got a very rapid quest completion, but Blythe just didn't really panic, and I think as we watch more and more of Blythe, this is kind of a weird characterization because he's such a fast, frantic, snappy player. But I think, honestly, one of his greatest abilities in Hearthstone is that he doesn't panic when he's in bad situations. We've seen him in multiple cases where a lot of players would just be throwing their arms around and thinking they were out of the game. Blythe just plays cards and makes things happen and eventually turns things around and wins the game. It's a very underrated skill, I think.
It feels like he's seen it all before, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, okay, well, this outcome, unexpected, but it's happened before. This is what I have to do to beat it. And it's just as easy, it's as simple as that, right? Beating it might not be as simple as that, but it does feel like, oh, I've seen this interaction happen. I've seen this card get pulled at this point. It's fine. He is going to be going over to this Rally Priest, though, and again, another deck that I think Blythe can be Blythe on. We've seen the insane drawing capabilities of Brute Demon Hunter. Blythe show off on decks like that, even with certain Druid turns as well in the past, with some of the faster paced Druid turns you can make. And I think this Priest is right up his street in terms of what Blythe can be capable of if he gets hold of just the right building blocks, right, to let himself have a pop-off turn.
Yeah, I think if you were going to characterize one of these two players who both have Rally Priest remaining in the series, if you're going to characterize one of them as a Rally Priest player, I'm fairly sure where most people would be putting their money at this point, and that is to take nothing away from Bunny's ability to play these kinds of decks, because he is a good Hearthstone player. That is not limited to, you know, any individual deck or strategy. He's been at the very top of the game for a long time for a reason, but there's certain decks that you just think Blythe's vibes with, and Rally Priest is certainly one of them.
Yeah, and with this position now, like, of course, there's the mirror match, which we're going to have, but let's say Bunny Hopper evens up the series. Who are you liking if it's going to come down to Rally Priest versus Rogue?
I do think in general Bunny's lineup does have a little bit of a nod towards Rally Priest. We talked about the Sigil of Silence, for example, being a very deliberate tech in that direction in the Demon Hunter. I do think Quest Rogue is a deck that has game in that matchup at the very least. Just because of Assassins, Fizz Flash Distractors, the ability to dump big stats on the board quickly. with the cards that they have available. These are all things that do very well against Rally Priest, but it's not a straight up punishing matchup that the Rally Priest can't get out of either. But I'd almost be tempted to say Quest Rogue, and the only reason I'm taking the long way round to that answer is I still can't get that dirty taste out of my mouth when I have to say good things about Quest Rogue, because I do believe it's a good deck now, and I do fight its corner, because I think some people are sort of stuck in that legacy idea that Quest Rogue just kind of sucks. But still, just that ingrained nasty taste of Quest Rogue sucking is just something that I'm still struggling to deal with.
Yeah, as a day one Quest Rogue enjoyer, I do find it funny that I've still not really come across someone who hates Quest Rogue as much as you. Just as a general, general hatred of a deck. You could admit it's good sometimes, but you still hate it.
That is true, yeah. I'm absolutely not going to play the deck myself because I have self-respect. But the deck
That's
is...
your problem.
That's what I've been doing wrong this entire time.
On weakness. Here, though, as we've been talking about rubbish, Blythe does manage to land a Nazmani, but Bunny Hop has already started an early pop-off with Sethic, and it's fair to say in the mirror subtle that this becomes a weirdly like a board-focused, like heavily board-focused and aggressive matchup in the early game, right? Because priority one is to just stick minions first.
Yeah, it can go either way. Like, you certainly can win this matchup on value if you kind of invent this route through the game where you destroy all your opponent's Sethics and all their routes to get more Sethics, right? If you kind of exhaust through the rallies and the raised heads and just focus on limiting resources from your opponent, you can run someone out of stuff. That's, I would say, a rare outcome, though, to the matchup, and the more common matchup by far is the one that you're describing, where players just kind of dump stuff into the board every single turn in that constant back and forward battle to just try and attain dominance.
And it is back and forth, isn't it? Because one thing I've learned from watching a lot of this matchup is even if you think someone's winning, they might not be, because any given turn, AoE silences, soul mirrors, there's so many, Shadowwood Ruin, there's so many plays that can just flip the board in an instant. So it's really difficult to get a good judgment on who's actually winning, unless one player has a handful of cards and the other player has none, for example, right? Which is a little bit more obvious.
You mentioned Soul Mirror in particular, but I think that's one of the trickiest parts of the matchup as well, is that every good minion that you play is a potential target for your opponent because of Luminance, Deliverance, Initiation, Psyche Split, Soul Mirror. Like, all of these cards are things that can go, oh, there's that Sethic I've been waiting for. Oh, my opponent's just played one. I shall take it. It's a really, really fine balancing act in terms of things that you are willing to even present to your opponent.
Please don't even suggest it. We're not going back to matchups where the play is to not play things until your opponent does. I refuse.
If you are referring to the Token Druid mirror of old, Raven, that was never correct. I stand by that.
No, but people said it. People talked about it, so it started
Otherwise,
to happen.
smart people who were good at Hearthstone convinced people that was the way you were supposed to play it, and they were always wrong. I will die on that hill forever.
But people did it.
They did, yeah.
We will feed on this world.
Hey, look, Bunny Hopper. I kind of was going to use the words all in. It's obviously not all in. He's doing good stuff, but he's committing a lot to the board right now, is more what I meant.
10 cards in hand, he's all in.
Yeah. This doesn't work, nothing will. You know what I meant.
I mean, yeah, I have to effectively know what you mean to be able to effectively make fun of it. It's just necessary.
Long for the day where you just accept that you know what I mean and act like it, as opposed to going, I know what he means, but
I'm going to willfully misunderstand it for comic effect. Yeah. All right, this is the first real pop-off turn of the game, I would say. Blythe has engineered himself into the position of 2 Nazmani, 2 Sethic. He now has, in my opinion, the perfect ratio of 3 Nazmani, 2 Sethic. Obviously, more is better, but if you can get to this point, this is the point where I'm secure to say that you are probably just infinite. But now Blythe, with additional Sethics and additional spells, This is a spot where with infinite time, all things are possible for Blythe this turn.
Yeah.
Does not have an attacking minion, otherwise I would be saying with infinite time, this is just simply lethal. But he should be able to make an incredibly obnoxious board and kind of curate exactly what tools he wants to end the turn with. Looking at big dragons, draconic studies, yep, Ysera the Dreamer is a perfect one to pick up here.
If Smite could go face, this would be lethal with infinite time.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, this is
by
a
which
huge...
you mean Holy Smite, of course, and not
Yeah.
Mr. Smite, which can go.
Or Father Smite, depending on whose broadcast you've been watching.
Father Smite, Daddy Smite.
As long as you don't say boom anywhere, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Okay, the really impressive board there from Blythe. Bunny Hopper back to square one, and no Soul Mirror or Gift in sight. Does have Condemn now, or Shadowword Ruin, either way, but Condemn doesn't achieve much. Ruin kills one minion. Ugh.
Condemn plus Devour, and then Devouring Plague? Still isn't really enough. Oh no, he's just gonna have to go digging. Needs the silence, has to find it, is not finding it. All right, Devour looped into Devour, that is something at the very least. But no silence,
That's
which means,
all.
yes.
Yep.
This is now the situation that with infinite time, this is simply lethal. And if there's anyone who has close to infinite time in a situation like this, it's Blythe.
Yeah, it's 23, I think, at the start of this turn, so then just add buffs from there, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah, Blythe is like the Flash. Goes so fast, everyone else looks slow. He just gains extra time. Our word Fortitude, going to be nice, a little bit of extra damage.
Dumping Shadowword Ruin. I believe now if he just makes space for the Ysera cards, this is guaranteed lethal. I believe that's what he's doing right now. Yes, indeed.
How did he work that out so fast?
Now with Fortitude and Nightmare. Hey, for once, I was up to speed with Blythe. He wasn't like 10 minutes ahead of me.
Yeah, that looks good with Nightmare and the clap from Blythe. As he just moves on. As his one
Gave
match.
himself a literal round of applause. Even that's what he did.
He had his one match to play today. That could have had to turn into two, but never mind. Blythe turns up, gets it done in the first try, and he's going to move on to the top four to join Yala and Fury Hunter. I already can't wait for tomorrow's Sol. It's ridiculous. Oh.
What is Europe Grandmasters? Honestly,
The best,
that's what. I will preface this by saying this is hyperbole, and you should watch all of Grandmasters because it's great. But why would you watch other regions? Like, Europe is just the best. Listen to that top three that we have out of our top three so far, top four already. That is an absolutely absurd lineup with potentially Bunny Hopper, Psycho, or Floki waiting to join that. Ridiculous scenes.
Watching the clap just cracks me up. But yeah, a great win for Blythe. And yet again, like it's very similar to Fury Hunter yesterday. That's exactly what you want, right? Just for maybe even your own stress levels. You've done the work to finish first or second like Fury and Blythe did in the season. You get your free win to start in the winner's bracket. Turn up, you win your match, you take a break and get ready for tomorrow, right? Or, you know, the day after in Fury Hunter's case. It's exactly like the confidence booster you want. You don't want that added stress because, of course, I am sure Psycho, Bunny Hopper now, after both playing some games out today, now being in that, well, if you win, you've got to keep playing. If you lose, you might just be out and you're done. It's just that extra stress factor, right? So it's just a lot on the line for these players. But again, just another congratulations to Blythe. I think, to no surprise, we talked about it right at the beginning of the pre-game. It's a Blythe deck. He just went, right, my turn, go, 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 go. The board's cleared. Bunny Hopper can't respond. Game over.
Yeah, weirdly, I was actually looking at the stats during that series, and what I would kind of ascribe as the Bly's decks that are in the meta right now, like Kazakhstan Druid, previously Miracle Priest, now most people are playing Rally Priest instead, if we kind of lump that together. He's actually running negative with all of those decks in Grandmasters this season. It's kind of been the other decks around that have been the successful ones for him, because you can imagine if there's a couple of the biggest decks in the meta that he's running unsuccessfully with, but he finished in the top 2, you can imagine how hot he's then running with the other decks instead. Right. So weirdly, those kind of degenerate combo decks that we're used to seeing Bly's do incredibly well with haven't been performing for him, with the one exception being Brute Demon Hunter, which he consolidated as the best deck in Europe Grandmasters and then didn't bring to the tournament. Like, what is Bly's? He's such a strange and enigmatic beast. I can't get a read on him. It's so weird. But he is going to find himself. No, I don't either.
Okay, with the mystery.
Better left as a mystery, I agree, but he is going to book a spot in the top 4, and we do have one more spot now left to play with 3 players vying for that spot.
Yeah, we've got 2 more matches left for today. Next up, we've got Psycho versus Floki, and then the winner of that will then play Bunny Hopper for that final spot in the top 4. So still a lot of action left. We are going to go to a quicker break now, as we're going to be jumping into that Psycho versus Floki match after the break. Don't go anywhere. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Hearthstone European Grandmasters. We are moving on to our third match of the day, just past halfway through technically I suppose, and it is going to be Floki versus Psycho for the first elimination match of the day. So to put it simply, the loser is done for playoffs and done for this final season of the European Grandmasters, as next season we are going to have the cross-region Grandmasters last call. Okay, that caught me messing with my mic. Which is going to be very exciting, of course. I'm looking forward to seeing the regions just clash in the league together. But for now, it is all about Psycho, Floki. Hunter banned away from Floki Aristotle, and Psycho losing the Druid.
Indeed, and we are going to kick things off with some Shadow Priest from Psycho. Looking at Floki's lineup, obviously it's the first time we are seeing him. He has probably one of the more standard lineups that we have seen so far. I feel like we've spent a lot of time talking about, okay, here's like the unique playoff-centric strategy that everyone has gone with so far. But in this case, Floki's just looking at a Quest Rogue, a Kazakhstan Druid, a Fell Demon Hunter, all very standard stuff. And then Quest Hunter as well, which, you know, is a rare deck at least this time around in playoffs, but has been a very standard deck over the last couple of weeks, I would say, in various strategies. So this kind of feels like Floki setting himself up with the, you know, I'm the good decks player in this tournament. I'm the one that everyone else has to gun for. He does have a couple of little interesting techs, Showstopper in the Quest Hunter, for example. But for the most part, he is the player playing the standard stuff that everyone else is going to have to gun at. And in particular, this Kazakhstan Druid is a deck that many, many players have in their sights for this tournament.
Yeah, and already just an unfun start to the series, I imagine, for Floki, because for me, I've said it before, I'll say it again, I feel like Shadow Priest is the truest sort of Druid killer deck. Even, you know, removing all tech cards and stuff, but just as a general archetype, Shadow Priest seems to be just the strongest overall if you really want to pounce on those Druids. But in general, it's just going to be a rough series for Floki, right? And it's just the way it's going to be with Psycho on the buff Paladin, the Shadow Priest, and then the Brute Demon Hunter. So guess what? We're going to talk about it once more, and it is a bit of a change based off previous weeks, but instead of Druid being banned all the way, now it's, well, can Druid win? Which honestly, Sottle, is a conversation I really did not think we would be having at this point in the rotation or in this expansion, because I feel like Druid really has hit the apex of all of the tools needed to just become the factual strongest deck and almost unstoppable.
Yeah, and honestly, I think I talked about this a lot at the beginning with kind of the save that stuff for nationals attitude of people have been targeting Druid, they've been playing the best decks available in terms of decks that already exist to try and beat Druid, like a quad aggro strategy going into the Masters Tour. But this is the first time we've really seen people go, okay, I'm going to lose 5% in every other matchup on top of those decks to gain 10% against Druid, right? Like that kind of goal, which is much more of what like a hard target strategy looks like in Conquest. And so far, it is paying out for the people that have gone for it. Psycho is doing things a little bit differently. He has his own Druid in there, which is not Kazakhstan Druid. It's the Beast Druid, which is a extremely rare deck in Europe Grandmasters. Only 4 games, I believe, of it have been played in the whole season of Europe Grandmasters so far, even though it's kind of been a deck there bubbling under the radar a little bit very carefully. So even now, because when it shows up, you tend not to see it because it gets banned, as it has been in this series, because it's pretty much unbeatable in a lot of situations. But still, that same core strategy of trying to beat up on Kazakhstan Druid is very much there for Psycho.
I honestly just don't remember casting it this season at all. But what's funny is I don't remember casting it, but I always recall just whenever I watch APAC or Americas, it's just always been either played or talked about, right? Yeah. It's like, well, just Europe don't like it, and I think that might have even transferred to me. Like, I personally believe it's not a great deck. I think a lot of its win rate comes from people on ladder and not mulliganing for it and mulliganing for the Kaz Druid instead. But we'll see. But anyway, back to this matchup. It is, of course, the Kaz Druid on the bottom from Floki, and Psycho on that Shadow Priest. Elimination on the line for both of these players as we kick off this series right now. Psycho got the post, Subtle.
Got the posts, got the attendant as well, which was a card I erroneously believed he'd cut from the deck for about 30 seconds earlier because I was staring at it. Genuinely, I just had Void Touch blindness. I was going up and down the deck. I just couldn't see it for a straight 30 seconds. I was like, okay, I know me and Psycho disagree on deck building quite often, but I feel like we've reached the point of ridiculousness at this point. But yes, of course, it is in fact in the deck, and it is of course in the opening hand for Psycho. Oh, I've just noticed as well, minor point of correction, sorry, I was looking at the Aggro Druid stats, which is a different deck from the Beast Druid. There's been 26 games of Beast Druid in Europe Grandmasters, which is much bigger than 4, but still the point stands. That's a very small sample size, even if you compare it to like a vaguely niche deck like Quest Hunter, for example. 125 games of Quest Hunter have been played, just for a point of comparison.
Sal, I'm going to leave you to just cover me for a second. I need to step away. I'll tell you why.
You got it. All right,
thanks.
Fair enough. No worries. Floki here looking to deal with this as best he can. A 1/4 start is relatively easy to ignore from Druid, of course, so he would love to just be able to blow past this.
Time waits for no one.
But he is just going to go with the hero power for now. Psycho choosing to go with the 4 health minion on turn 1 does make sense because it is obviously the most resistant to Lunar Eclipse, which is the card that can come down there. And then because he has a minion that's resistant to Lunar Eclipse, that means that he then gets to pay out with the Deceptor on the following turn, draw a card off the damage being thrown in. And now this way, he's actually building a board step by step, which can then be cashed in with damage with that Void Touched Attendant, as opposed to just throwing out the Attendant on 1, potentially getting it Lunar Eclipsed, and then you are in trouble.
I'm sorry, Sal, I'm back now. Thanks for that, mate.
All good.
Yeah. Have a bit of a battle with a wasp.
Yeah, of all the explanations, I was not expecting that to be the one.
It was nothing serious, but I cannot sit here and cast if there's a wasp trying to attack me. So, yeah, I'll just shoot it outside. It's fine now. But yeah, I knew if I tried to like work through it, I would just be constantly not looking at the monitor. Anyway, I'm good to go. What's happened so far? It looks like Psycho's started to just build the board, does have the Void Touch Attendant in the hand as well. Most importantly, with that post ready to go. Yeah, and you like to see this, right? Just coin out the post right now early is just 2 minions, but that's going to start stacking. It's something we've seen from everyone who's been bringing this, right? Is get the post out ASAP and then build the board, as opposed to trying doing it the other way around, which is a little bit more risky.
And already the nightmare scenario appears for Floki. Too far away to be able to power out a Scalar Onyxia in this position. No clean answer to, you know, a 7 health minion essentially, because obviously any spell that you cast, the Watch Post does gain that buff immediately. So he's just kind of got to sit there and get hit in the face for a few turns right now.
Is it worth going Lunar Barrel Rage? The post?
Do what? That doesn't even kill it though, does it?
Right, but it lowers it, right? A lot.
Right, I see.
You know what I mean? Like, you're doing, what, 7 damage, it only gains 2 health. And just at least put you in a position that you can try and kill it the turn after.
I see what you're saying, okay. It's such a monstrous amount of damage to dump on the board as well, though, isn't it?
This is also a monstrous amount of damage.
So, game 2, Raven.
Yeah. Because the problem here is Luna, that could help him out, kill a Void Touched. Well, it buffs everything else, and then we can see there's just Raised Dead.
Well, it also just doesn't kill the Void Touched, right? Because the buff happens before the spell resolves.
Yeah, sure. I just I guess with hero power, right? You could kill it off, but it just adds as much damage back to the board anyway, right? And obviously with Raised Dead in the hand for Psycho, See a bit of a shake of the head from Floki, and honestly, yeah. This has been the story of the weekend, at least in Europe, right? Druid just getting got, especially by decks like Shadow Priest that just feels so strong against it. Obviously, this opening very strong from Psycho, of course, but the deck's built to open like this.
Yep. But it's such a hard read to make as well, though. Like, I don't think it's a hard read to make, but it's a hard thing to convince yourself as a player coming into this tournament. Let's say you don't want to do this type of strategy that Yala, Psycho, Alan, whoever else has gone with, right? You want to be playing some variation of the good decks. You want to be doing what Fury Hunter's doing, right? Like, play the good decks, tech them towards the idea that aggro is going to be there, and go from there. Are you really, if you're making that kind of strategy, going to go with the idea that you're not going to play Druid as part of that lineup because of the way that it's going to be hunted down by everyone else? Like, Druid equals Druid. That has to be the first order of building a lineup coming into this. But we've just seen it time after time. Kazakhstan Druids being bullied out of series, and we are looking very likely like we might be seeing another one here again for Psycho.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, honestly, the swap, like, would you even say, okay, I won't play Druid, but I'll play, what, Control Warrior? Like, even maybe a teched Control Warrior to an extent. Like, that is a hard sell, right? Even if you know the meta, that's a hard sell. And then the problem is, well, what happens when you run into someone also not doing the aggro strategy, and they have Druid? Then you're like, oh, oops. And that's the big problem. And it is the risk, right? The players have taken, all of the players take when you submit a lineup, especially for something as important as playoffs. Like, it's the natural risk of saying, well, I could do this because I expect this, but then if that's the read, and then people are going to go that level deeper. And it's something we've talked about for years, is how many levels deep do you go when doing lineup construction. So it is tough. And again, it's difficult when you are the player who's running into like the hard counter strat. And again, we see it talked about during Swiss, for example, in Masters Tours. It's like, oh, lost this match because I just ran into the person who's playing this, specific thing. But the problem with playoffs is you don't really get that many chances. There's not 8 rounds of Swiss to play through, and you hope, okay, you can run into one that's unlucky, fine, but you've got the rest. That's just not here.
Loki, back to the well. Druid again. Buff Paladin coming out on the other side. Buff Paladin, including the cards. Cult Neophyte, King Mukla, Blade Master Okani. What do you even do?
You don't.
Oh, buy them.
That's the trick.
Yeah.
Give up before it even starts.
Can't be disappointed if you just immediately give up in all circumstances.
Yeah, you see Floki even just staring at this mulligan, right, and thinking, is this enough?
I think Nature Studies ends up being a keep. Lunar Eclipse is debatable. I mean, that might sound weird because obviously the goal of the deck on the other side of the board is to play minions and then buff them. So you feel like any tools that you have to remove minions is going to be very useful. However, I do think the way that you win is just to blow past all that and just do something more powerful with Ramp and Overgrowth and Guff and Innovates and Lightning Blooms and Scale of Onyxia and Kazakhstan and generate a Cenarian Ward and whatever else that you need to do. Trading 1-for-1 with a minion, I would argue, is not good enough if the card Trog didn't exist. Because if Trog comes down, you need to be able to Lunar Eclipse the Trog or you probably just lose immediately.
Yeah, a big problem as well is, though, these players, they're good enough to not just sacrifice a Trog to Druid, right? A lot of the time you'll see buffs held, you'll see the Trog played with other threats so that, yes, okay, you killed the Trog, but now I hit you for 6 and still have 2 more minions on the board and so on. So it really is a tough one. I do wonder whether, again, similar to what you were talking about, let's just live in the perfect world where the Luna's mulliganed and you get a Bloom for like scale as early as possible and try and win that way. It's really difficult. We do see now, though, the Luna is going to get value taking down this Neophyte because Psycho's had a low-ish opening, actually, so far, which is something, right?
Yes, indeed. Neophyte turn not as
there he
disruptive
is.
as it could have been because of the Nature Studies discount, still allowing the lunar eclipse to come through, but it did, I suppose, in some worlds impact what was possible after the lunar eclipse, even though not particularly in this scenario. However, Razorboard Jungle Panther, not a bad combination of cards, particularly the Jungle Panther, I would say, because that can be used to trade very nicely on Floki's terms. That is a useful tool for him to have available, particularly now when the threat of King Mukla is coming down, because boom, bananas, big deal, right? And this is a scenario that's actually been set up from Floki since turn 1, where that partner assignment, is that the name of the card, was picked up from the Nature Studies early on to create this exact scenario. And now he has the answer. You see the laugh, right? It's like, I've got this covered.
Again, what Psycho's doing here is saying, well, I don't really have a better play.
No.
I'll make him spend the mana on the banana, make him do the trade. Hopefully, for Psycho's sake, the Neophyte lives, and you can keep on building, right? Maybe double Hand of Adar next turn. I mean, this looks all right purely because there's 2 Innovates next turn for scale, right? Banana Boar.
Okay, that is a big deal.
Yeah, off curve, but does the job that the Hand of Adals do not.
Exactly.
The only problem is, does he just Hand of Adal anyway?
You might still just like double hand go face,
parrot.
potentially.
Yeah, because it will draw so many cards, right?
Yep.
And next turn he has the parrot to draw another card. Tough decision to be made, but now...
Theoretically, doing it this way, though, he can still just have this minion live, not have to parrot next turn, right? Like, he could just go Hand of Adal, have a couple of shots at Vindicator, for example, and then curve out that way and still get the Hand of Adal back onto the Squawker, maybe even delay enough time to find Blessing of Authority, right? Could even just get Blessing of Authority straight off the top if the Neophyte lives. This gives him a lot of options doing it this way, so I like it.
Ooh, Floki gonna go for the Feral Rage instead. Just wonder, it does cost the Innovates, of course, but I did just wonder, like, what happens if you just get a full board of scales here?
Yeah.
A part of me... okay. A part of me wondered if it was Hero Power Hand of Adal. Because I just think the card draw is that important. I guess it's going to be difficult for this to die. Obviously, we can see that it could if Floki wanted it to with scale again. But looks like he's just going to say, nope, I'm playing the Kaz turn. Treasures for everyone.
Treasures for everyone, indeed. Psycho will be able to pick up a lot of tempo in response to this, which is at least something. Because he'll be able to trade down the 8/8 just with 2 Divine Shields and likely do an awful lot of buffing with the Hand of Adal. But this is an extremely disappointing scenario where we are not going to be able to see what is in Floki's deck, which is of the utmost importance at this point.
Well, we get to be Psycho for now.
Mm-hmm.
And we just don't know until it happens.
Job done.
Choice has been made.
The Psycho can play Carry All hand this turn.
Oh, we could carry all and hand, but both hands on the parrot and just go face. Of leaving the Kaz up though.
Yes. And then, of course, the eternal fear whenever you're leaving minions up in this kind of scenario. Gnomish Army Knife on the other side, which is always going to be a huge problem. Necrotic Poison is not the worst thing that could have happened to Psycho this turn. Obviously, it's good. Most treasures are. But since it's only a 2-mana draw here, I imagine Floki is just going to spend his mana on the Scale of Elixir instead. Yep, I like this.
Does mean that you can't kill off everything, though, right? Sorry, without trading the Kaz.
Without trading.
Yes, yeah, sorry. Well, it's a small victory for Psycho, I suppose. Can just slam Carriol now. Try and get this Trog buffed. Looks like he's going to go for the Trog straight away, actually. Okay.
Blessing of Authority into Blessing of Authority, and there's just a Necrotic Poison in Floki's hand.
Oh! Reflections.
No. Absolutely not.
What to do?
The ancient, if this 2-1 lives, which it obviously can for now, the ancient reflections on the whelps are actually pretty sick, right? Just a board full of 1/1 rushes. Yep, there's Necrotic. There goes the Trog, and Psycho, I think, is in trouble. Obviously, we don't know what the treasures are, though. Floki could have whiffed on a win condition.
Yep.
Or at least the damage win condition, should I say.
Yeah, which I think is the best. Actually, honestly, I think the best hope Psycho has is that Floki does have some damage win conditions, but not much. Like, doesn't have Embers to go with the Solar, for example. And then Lightforge Carriol could perhaps potentially tank all of that damage and fatigue from this point. However, that is the best draw in the deck, I think, for Psycho in this spot, because that is an enormous uninteractable stealth minion. That is a big, big deal.
Just the bubs.
Carriol will, of course, clean this up, but I'm sure Psycho is interested in bigger things right now.
Oh,
that's not it. Still waiting for the day where we find a card that isn't close.
He does get to play a buffed peasant, though.
True.
All that carrying the logs around has paid off.
Our hardships only strengthen our resilience.
Now the question, Subtle, is does he the 10-10 stealth?
You could even argue, and again, we talk about leaving a dirty taste in the mouth. Value trade to protect the peasant?
Yeah,
I know. I think that's probably nonsense, though.
What if it's just go face with everything, play the peasant, let Floki deal with it?
That's honestly where I'm at, yeah.
It still puts your opponent to 4, right? Smite off the top is still a win. You know, I'm talking without heals from Floki or blah, 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 whatever. But it's probably just this. I did just wonder whether the stealth changes anything. But yeah.
Oh, but again... So obviously, like, that's a really tough decision and potentially a game-defining decision. It's actually quite interesting that we're in a spot that we don't know what the treasures are, because again, Psycho and us, from our position of ignorance, have to think about playing around Gnomish Army Knife, right? Because they've only seen 1 or 2 treasures now with the Necrotic Poison and the Bubba. So there's still plenty of potential for Gnomish Army Knife to just probably straight up end the game at that point, just because you're leaving a minion up. But if you don't do that, then you're in a position where, well, you take away outs off the top, like Mr. Smite, for example, just to play around those cards on the other side.
Oh, was that a buff? Well, hit him for 2. The problem is the hero power from Floki is going to be painful. It's going to add just a whole turn if Psycho has to resort to just keep swinging this weapon. Oh, looming presence! Solar?
So we've seen Necrotic Poison, Bubba, Ancient Reflections,
Looming Presence. There's one more.
Looming Presence. So there's 1 card left.
But you just Goal is just for the armor, right?
But it does move him immediately towards fatigue. Like, Floki knows what the last card is, so this is a much easier decision.
Yeah,
for him.
true.
But if the last card doesn't just straight up win the game, okay, that's very good because he has Ancient Reflection as the other remaining card. So yeah, that is a excellent win condition for him. But yeah, if the last card was another removal tool or like a low impact minion or something like that, then pushing yourself this far towards fatigue just might end up being counterintuitive. Like, Looming Presence just doesn't even really gain you armor in that spot, right? Because you end up fatiguing so quickly.
Yeah, and
Guaranteeing that you have Clockwork Assistant Ancient Reflection next turn is going to be game winning for sure.
yeah, I guess the issue as well is it doesn't really stop Smite, does it? What, 15? Psycho
16 with the hero power?
Yes, sorry, yeah, I was just counting flat. Yeah.
Mhm.
I guess Psycho just hero powers, plays the peasant, plays them out, goes face. Hopes to rip exactly Smite next turn. Because now Psycho's seen every card, right?
He's seen every card apart from one card in his opponent's hand, which could be any remaining Druid card. That's the only card that's a mystery at this point.
Yeah, Psycho just has to play the stuff and go face and just say, well, see what happens.
The weird part here is that playing a minion, because you know that one of the remaining cards is Ancient Reflections, you've already seen one of them. If you play a minion, you're allowing Floki to trade off 1/1s and turn them into 14/14s with the Ancient Reflection on the Clockwork, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, it is, but he's 2-turn anyway, right?
I think he is, yeah. I don't think there's too much of a way to play around that. Like, you could think about like Righteous Protector outs or something if you don't give your opponent a bunch of 14/14s, but I don't know if that really changes anything.
Here, though, I am pretty sure, correct me if I am wrong, Smite or bust. That's 10 health. The hero power will guarantee hit the Smite. And none of these minions have taunt. Don't think there's any other card that changes anything for Psycho. That was a Trog. No, it wasn't. But it wasn't Smite, which was most important. There's nothing there. Psycho's going to take the loss. Druid gets over the line there for Floki. It still must have felt a little bit dicey at least, because in multiple turns there in a row, I believe Smite was just simply lethal. So still a little bit close there for Floki, but he did get the win, and that's the most important thing. So now we have the Buff Paladin and the Brute Demon Hunter against the, let me just triple check. Yeah, it is Fel Demon Hunter and Quest Rogue for this series. So some very different matchups we've got heading our way, Sottle, and we're moving very quickly away from the Can Druid win.
Yeah, and it's about time, really, that we saw one of these series where the target Druid has to test their mettle against some of the other decks because the Druid's already got it out of the series. Druid's gone 1-1 there, which, you know, doesn't sound like a disaster, but as I was talking about earlier, Psycho is one of those players in a spot where he's actively sacrificed percentage in other matchups to gain percentage against Druid. So then that deck that you're targeting only going 50-50 in the series is a big problem for you, because when you come down to more vanilla decks, suddenly the idea of, you know, having King Mukla in all of your decks is not looking quite as appealing. Although he does move over to the Brute Demon Hunter, which is just, you know, straight up fairly standard Brute Demon Hunter. 1 Broom, 1 Lion's Frenzy, filling in those last couple of cards available, playing a Rustdrop Viper in there as well, which is not necessarily a given. But yeah, it goes without saying, really, that the Druid getting out of the series now means that Psycho is going to find himself in significant trouble.
Yeah, this matchup with the Demon Hunter versus Rogue now, as Floki is going to be on this Rogue. Looking over the list, looks fairly standard to me, Sottle, of course. We could talk about whether or not Okani's standard now in these lists, or whether people are playing it for specific matchups. But it's a card I can always see the at least half value of, right? I think it's a card going forward we will see, maybe even forever, while it's in the rotation, just dip in and out of the meta, just based on what's popular.
Yeah, and I think Psycho will be weirdly comfortable in this matchup. Like, if you're going to be playing a Demon Hunter in this matchup, it almost feels like you'd rather be playing Brutes than Fel, although I don't think that's actually the reality. But we've spent so many weeks in Grandmasters playing Fel Demon Hunter into Quest Rogue, and it does just feel like quite a poor matchup at times. That just the ability to be degenerate and just blow past what your opponent's doing instead has at least got to be something to think about. But in reality, I think this matchup is also pretty miserable from Psycho's side of the board, because that combination of just fast stats building up very quickly on the other side, and of course the Cult Neophyte that we see for a lot of disruptive potential for what Psycho is trying to do in terms of getting to those quick brutes. It feels like Psycho might be in trouble yet again.
Yeah, solid opening, or at least playables for early for Floki if he chooses to keep some of this. But I do think... Oh, was that a full keep? No, okay, good. I was going to say. I do think this Smuggler, with the current change, or recent change, should I say, to the how it not counting itself, does mean that you keep it a lot less often than you used to. Right, a turbo opening here for Floki, but Psycho, on the other hand, looking good, isn't it? It doesn't have the coin again with this coin sigil we keep talking about and never actually see. But Spectral into Spectral is about as good as you're going to get. Loki does get hold of the Skulker now as well, which is going to be pretty nice. He does have something now to play on turn 3 and 2, as opposed to having to use the coin early if he was feeling a little bit worried. It does mean he can get the secret passage good to go once he maybe hits that turn 4 or 5 to try and just give himself more SI minions to push.
Yeah, you saw the little grin just spread across his face as the Skulker came into hand, right on time for turn 2.
This guy's toast.
He does choose to coin out the SI7 instead. To coin out the SI7. I have to stop saying that. It's been years. It's so ingrained.
I see.
Some green brutes.
Yeah, it is a green brute. Can get cheaper from here, though. Double jump. It hits the philosophy. Does not. I imagine Psycho will hold the Spectral Sight for next turn now in the left outcast position. Just be happy with one Boulder Fist Ogre with Taunt this turn.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm wondering if he plays the Broom here just to kill this SI off. I actually kind of like it.
Fine.
Just get it moved so there can't be any Shadow Step combo shenanigans going on, at least with the SI7 agent. That is not a nice trade for the Operative, is it?
No.
Strictly.
Really needs some help from the Gizmo here.
Yeah.
He doesn't find it. Okay, I mean, Undercover Mole is probably good enough. I was wondering even whether you would rip a 1-mana Secret Passage just to go fishing for, like, exactly Shadow Step, just to make further progress with the quest. And then also you would discount the Assassin in hand to 4 for the following turn, which would be obviously ideal. But I think Mole is good enough not to take that risk. Just get another Stealth minion in play.
Not a terrible hand from Psycho at all. Still equipped. Imagine. Probably save the Spectral. He's on 0, right?
On 0 for what?
Quest. Progression.
Yes,
Yeah, because he just procs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 0 mana extortion. Not bad at all. Maybe this starts with the mole just pushing. Not enough for the trade.
Yeah, it does allow Floki to land like a fairly nice empty board Akani here. Just trade down the Brute, extortion the 1/3 if you think that is necessary. But yeah, I mean, if that is going to be the play, then you would probably just see what's in the mole first.
Okay. And weirdly enough, in this matchup, if you're into an empty board, are you picking spell or minion?
I think it's still spell. I mean, you have seen a lot of the smaller minions already, right? But it's the sigil runners still remaining that are kind of a problem. But I suppose you could make the argument that if it's sigil runner, you're still disrupting card draw, which is what you'd be trying to do with spell anyway. But I feel like it's still spell.
Okay. Oh wow, double soul share.
Oh,
It's
would you
minion.
look at that?
The double soul share was pretty well. I guess one soul share was good then, but because he could still hero power and double trade now if he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, it's not dead yet.
I see.
Yeah, just going to use the second soul share to clear this up.
Makes sense. Kurtra's nice in the outcast position as well, because it'll be able to just... It cleans up a lot of the rogue minions, actually. Very nicely, especially when it's immune. Okay. I was looking at Operative and the Sigil that turn. Oh, Smugglers.
All right.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good.
Oh, easy.
Smells like breakfast.
Oh!
Well, Soul Share's gone, Sol.
And the broom as well.
Yeah, how do you deal with a 9-1?
9-1s are just 9-1s now.
My quest, my revenge, it all ends here.
This
So
could,
Psycho-
even from this point, be a huge train for Psycho off the tradable here. He is just, I think, considering what it looks like. Yeah, okay. If he was to trade the Persistent Peddler there and then not hit a card draw, he could get potentially stuck in a loop where he's not then able to draw cards on the following turn either, and he misses out on the Brute. So I think this makes sense just to line it up for maximum pop-off potential on the following turn.
Such a big pickup, right? He can Extortion. Yeah, you could just extortion informant assassin, right? Can't quite get it, so the sigil's playable.
You can also play Scabs instead, right? If you really wanted to, but I do think the assassin ends up more important. My problem with this play, though, is I think if you're doing this, isn't it better to go face with the 3/3 and then extortion your own 3/3 and just trade the 1/3 into the 1/1?
They will never catch me.
I feel like you
okay
want
with that.
I feel like you want a 9/1 in play really badly right now.
Ooh, the glide by Scabs before he gets it back. Oh,
I mean, that's a fairly good consolation prize.
and
Oh,
there's all the scabs.
Okay.
Look how much he can even do this turn. Foxy, scabs. Scabs? That works, right?
Time grows short.
Meantime, Psycho's just drawn 1,000 cards. Ooh. It's lethal, never mind. I didn't know he got to 18 that quick.
He
Jeez.
did indeed. Chain interrupted. Finds the 18 damage out of absolutely nowhere. It was, I mean, I guess from his perspective, a little bit of a win-win scenario, because if he doesn't hit all the card draw, he's hitting other brute stuff instead, and then he gets to make a massive brute board. However, we could see that if he ends up hitting board instead of card draw, that Floki actually had a surprising amount of counterplay to that with the Foxy turn that he did have with double scabs, and then of course Fizz Flash distractors and so on that would come off that, and then the board that he already had to be able to trade down on the other side. So actually really, really solid turn there, ending it with the double weapon, the overwrite for that last card draw for 18 damage. Super, super clutch for Psycho. Good early draw, initial brute, used that as a platform, drew quite well from there as well, but very, very smoothly played. And that, I think, is the point of relief that Psycho is going to need in this series after the shock to the system of Druid picking up a win in just the game before.
Yeah, there will probably be just a bit of a creeping worry that this Paladin's going to fall over again, mainly because that's just what it does to people, or at least does to me. When you sort of half whiff with a deck once, you think, oh no, this is just bad. But I'm sure Psycho's good enough to not let it bother him. It's going to be now just this Paladin left. This win means that Psycho goes on to play Bunny, and his hopes of a World Championship spot are alive. The loss for Floki, or I guess for Psycho, if it goes on a bit longer, means that they're just done for the season. I feel like, honestly, this is a pretty tough matchup for the Paladin here.
Yeah, it certainly struggles to deal with Assassin and Fizz Slash Distractor and all the efficient ways the Rogue has to deal with individually large minions. Not to mention, it's even harder than you might think to even land minions to buff in the first place because of the efficiency of the early rush minions and SI7 Agent, SI7 Extortion, all the other things that they can throw at you. And Rogue, of course, also has that ability to just go, you know, Foxy, Scabs, play a million stats in one turn very early on in the game as well. So there are a lot of different roads to El Dorado for Floki in this one. I do agree. This is a tough matchup on the Paladin side.
And here I actually really like just dropping Tenwu. I don't think you expect to have much time to do fancy Tenwu things. I think the battle for the board will be so brutal that it's unlikely you're going to be having stuff to stick around, especially if you don't play something early. Floki is going to go for the hero power here, so decides that he can try and get some more value from the Tenwu instead. It would just worry me that it would put him on the back foot when having your opponent, that's effectively the aggro deck, I'd call it in this matchup, skip turn one. I thought that was a good moment to jump on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't have hated it. Played around a couple of things with Noble Mount as well, like Trog Coin Noble Mount or Vindicator Noble Mount, for example, because you then have a 3-2 in play and a dagger that you could use, or you dagger up the next turn and be able to use that to pop the Divine Shield. So would not have been the worst thing in the world, but I think also with Ace Scabs in hand, right, your eyes just light up looking at that Tenwu and all the things that are potentially possible with it. So Loki going to take the greedy lines.
Speaking of noble mounts, a couple. Is this instead just a coin carry-all turn? Take a couple of trades. I guess not for Psycho. I was interested in that, actually.
This does leave the option open for Psycho to go coin Authority before potentially SI7 Assassins really come into play, though, which is fairly interesting. But by coining Authority, you're then a turn further away from the Battle Master to then follow that up afterwards. So whether or not that can like cheese a quick lethal or anything remains to be seen.
Well, that's what interests me the most, though, right? Coining Carriol would be like coining Authority because it would
That's a
reduce
good
it to
point.
4.
Yeah.
You coin Carriol, take the trades, have a 3 health and a 1 health minion on board, and you could play Blessing next turn.
That is a very good point.
Okay, just not having the hand. Yes, there's scabs, but feels very slow right now. Has to clear up the Trog, go for the secret passage. And the problem there is, and it's one of the other strengths of Trog, I think a lot of people consider like, oh, turn 1 Trog is the nightmare. But there, it's the fact that Floki had to commit resources to killing a Trog and not the 3-1 and the 5-2 on the board, right?
Yep.
Like, it's such a big deal. But now we do see Floki did manage to get hold of something very strong in the form of the Foxy and the SI to kill off at least the major threat.
The SI, indeed, yes. He needed the SI in the form of SI7 Agent or Operative, right? He really needed one of those 2 cards off the Secret Passage, or I think he just would have ended up way too far behind. So that is a pretty fortunate outcome for Floki. Not to find one of those 2 cards, which fine, you're probably entitled to do that, but specifically finding SI7 Agent alongside the Foxy fraud, that's probably the biggest swing possible in that scenario from that Secret Passage outcome.
Ariel is going to come down, though, and can take over the board a little bit. Obviously, Psycho is ahead. But that's the fear, that the longer the game goes on against Rogue, the more fearful you are of Assassins, right? Because those are the cards that flip the board instantly.
Absolutely, yeah. Not available currently for Psycho, but he might have that fear of continuing to play around it in this situation, especially as he starts to see more and more card draw coming through. There is still that Tenwu in hand. Extortion gets found off the swindle. I think if you clear the board and you're Floki, you have to feel like you're going to be able to do degenerate scabs things next turn with this Tenwu. And you are.
Yeah, that's the main weakness of Paladin, right? Very predictable. Once it's off board, you know that there's very few things that are actually going to impact you outside of, certain decks that are running Blade Master or Carriol exactly. Other than that, not much is going to go down.
Yep.
The light dims, but we fight.
It is still probably just dump Blessing of Authority on this, though. Like, you're going to lose the game to Assassin, sure. I feel like every other play is just losing the game to your opponent doing literally anything, right? Like, what does making a 3-3 this turn really achieve? Alright, Psycho disagrees. I don't like it.
Want something to live to more realistically land Authority on next turn? And actually be able to trade?
Having the Divine Shield Taunt in play here does make life a little bit awkward for the degenerate scabs potential. Means that if Loki does want to do that, then the attacks can't really happen preemptively, which would be the ideal.
However weird it was, I was honestly looking at like dagger into the shield, right, and push. Or just try and make, kill one of the horses at least. Still pains me, so maybe this Tenwu wins the game for Floki, but it still pains me that it's still in hand.
Well, if we're being fair, didn't he just get... Wasn't that the same dagger that he equipped on turn 2 that he just used the second charge of? Has he redaggered since then?
I don't think so.
Okay.
As in, I don't think he's redaggered. I think it is the same dagger, sorry.
I do think that is a factor worth considering there as well when we're talking about it on turn 2, is that you do expect to deal with a lot of divine shields over the course of the game, right? So dagger on turn 2 also does help you do that.
Battlemaster potential. Either way, I think Psycho will be happy, might be an over-exaggeration, but very okay with killing the 6/6 this turn for free, I'll say, with the use of the Divine Shield there.
Yeah. I'm still not overly sure like what this one-turn delayed Blessing of Authority really achieved, because, you know, you're still losing to Assassin just as much now as you were last turn. There's one turn further down the line for it to be in the hand.
Hey, remember, I wanted to turn 4 Blessing of Authority, so...
That's true, yeah.
You know, I'm with you.
Yeah. As it happens, of course, the world that we actually live in is a no-assassin world, so Psycho could potentially have a bit of a platform to build from here.
Have Hand of a Doll, though.
Yes.
Draw for 1.
Oh!
I was so upset that card just never really saw play, because I just like the card a lot. I think the theme of it's really cool.
Agreed. It is a really cool card, yeah.
Oh, don't avert your gaze, everyone.
Oh. Unforgivable scenes.
You hate to see it. You hate to see it. And my worry is sort of we might see it again. Can any human being deal with back-to-back fight trades? Once a game sometimes is too difficult, but twice, back-to-back turns?
Dear viewers, if you have to turn off the broadcast and go do something else, we'd understand, okay? Like,
yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, we appreciate it. This is not easy to watch.
Yeah, some tough stuff. Need to put up a warning for the VOD. This game contains disturbing scenes.
This game contains trading. No, I still hate all of it.
Yeah, it still sucks, but you still might have to do it. Oh yeah, okay, Psycho saved us all. Even if you could argue it's just a worse play, he made the sacrifice so we wouldn't have to see it.
Not War Medic time? Come on, I mean, you've been given the thing. You should really do the thing, shouldn't
Oh,
you?
it's
only,
awesome.
It's only fair.
Yeah.
The game really wants Psycho to draw Blade Master Samurai, which is exactly the one card Floki does not want him to draw.
I imagine you gave him Skulker there. It's the most do-nothing card, even though it's a little bit scary because it's stealth.
I would agree.
But right now, with a lack of Assassin, I think he's more okay with stealth than potentially giving him another Blessing of Authority. Oh, the Medic didn't get
Honestly, this missed Medic value.
Oh!
Oh! It just gets better.
Or worse, depending on which way you look at it, because the Medic's still not been played.
Yeah.
But the Tenue's going to get done. The quest progression sorted.
Yeah, I do like this. The want for Medic aside, this does make the most sense. Clears the board without taking any damage, which is ideal because he's massively winning by every other metric. So just take away the option for Psycho to just steal a win with some kind of win control. Oh, wow, he actually gave him the Samurai. Oh, interesting. I guess that actually makes sense thinking about it, because if you give your opponent a stealth minion, it's a stealth minion, right? Which is the
Ah,
one thing
yes.
you can't really control. If then they go stealth minion, they leave it there, they put buffs on it. The thing is, you saw the Battle Master, though, which kind of removes that, thought that you would be scared of that situation of the stealth minion being buffed up. But I'm still a little surprised to see the Samurai being gifted over.
I can't just sit here. Stormwind needs me.
We're going to see shenanigans. Probably not with this much mana, I imagine. Still doable. By that, I mean
Yeah.
step in the Tenwu, of course.
That silly cliche that people come out with sometimes is like, Psycho could choose which card to draw this game and still wouldn't be able to win. People don't say, like, Floki could choose which card his opponent draws every turn. And was like, that's not fair. You shouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah.
That's literally what's happening.
It's like he's already struggling. Jeez. I'd love it if you just gave him the best card out of the three. You know what? There you go.
Just a nice, friendly person who wants to help Psycho out.
Oh, wait. Hey.
This is actually just trolling.
Hey.
He's just being overtly mean at this point. That's what he's doing.
I'm just surprised that was the choice.
Over what?
Just doing it to Tenwu and not losing Tenwu, right? And just bouncing the scabs, potentially.
Right.
Is you get another sap, you get way more damage, you get stealth as well, again. And it's like, yeah, the Spiomatic is funny and it is powerful, but you've just played like 2 back-to-back. Like, what if you just had another scabs?
I honestly kind of like it in a weird way, though.
Do you like it because it's funny?
Well, first of all, it is objectively torturing your opponent, which we all know I'm 100% into. But this is the illustration. If you can go as long as humanly possible, guaranteeing that your opponent does not draw Cariel, like, you are just going to grind them out of this game eventually, right? Like, that feels like the one card that could potentially get them back into this situation.
My counterpoint, if you killed them quicker,
Yes.
you give them less time to draw Cariel because they're dead.
Yes. And I 100% appreciate that. But say you're going for the... No. Seriously. Say you're going for, like, the straight up, be as aggressive as possible, kill your opponent, and you even want to say, okay, they have 1 turn to draw Cariel. In which case, if they don't draw it this turn, I'm just going to murder them. That's still 1 turn they can draw it, right? Whereas this way, if you can guarantee they never draw it, how do they win? I'm just not seeing it.
Fair. It's fair.
In before he's just given them Cariel. No, okay.
Yeah, whoops. Okay. So, how much damage is there here? 24, 27, because he knows there's a weapon.
Yeah.
So he has to bless in bridge trade, right?
Has to at least buff once to trade something significant off the board. Yeah, he doesn't necessarily have to dump it all in. Because he does also know there's a Fizz Flash distractor on the other side, right? Which is depressing.
At least for small victories, he gets a stealth minion back if the game continues.
Yeah.
Not that it realistic. Oh my. Damage is that. Yeah.
Strike. Then strike hard.
29?
Oh wow, we just... Oh, yeah, I didn't count the trade.
Oh, I didn't count the Librum.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That is
Smart
cheeky.
stuff. Yeah, I did not factor in Sorry, I was forgetting that this rogue was playing War Medic Libram Paladin the whole time. I forgot to factor that into my calculations, yeah. Very nicely done by Floki in the end. It was a little bit of a torturous way to go about it, I will grant you. I do also think just being aggressive and, you know, stepping more aggressive cards and stepping the scabs and stepping the bigger scabs, 10 wooing either of those things as well, I do think that also wins. I absolutely do not want to present the counter argument to that. But this is playoffs. There is a spot at Worlds on the line. And I think, you know, if you're a professional Hearthstone player and you convince yourself that, okay, if I make this game last 10 minutes longer than it needs to, I remove the 1% chance where I feel like I might lose. Yeah, absolutely. That is the thing that you're supposed to do in that situation, right? So I fully respect the way that Floki played it. Absolutely grinding his opponent out of proceedings in that one. Very, very nicely done.
Yeah, and that does mean we are going to be moving on to a Game 5 to decide the series. The winner moves on to face Bunny Hopper. The loser goes home. And again, not putting any words or thoughts to Psycho or anything, but he's played Paladin, what, 1, 2, 3 times today and lost every single game with it. So he's not actually taken a single game with Paladin yet. And guess what? He has to queue it again. And he's going to be going up against Fel Demon Hunter. So again, it's going to be that mixture between, yes, Fel Demon Hunter has removal, but Paladin also has just strong on-curve aggressive options, as well as Divine Shield, Death Rattles, and big buffs. So it is a tricky one, definitely winnable either side. But I think Psycho must feel like he deserves some kind of strong opening after the day he's had with this Paladin so far.
He does, yeah, and I do think this is a fitting end to the series for it to come down to. Obviously, the route A for victory was just to bully the Druid for Psycho, but this is a matchup is a good one to fall back on because it wasn't that long ago, even in the Masters Tour in the previous week of Grandmasters before that, we were talking about this sort of soft target Demon Hunter strategy, which was bring 2 good decks and then play Quest Rogue and a Paladin, right, in order to have decent matchups against Fel Demon Hunter. Not the kind of 80% matchups that some of these super teched aggro decks are against Druid, but still in a position where big, chonky Divine Shield minions are a struggle to deal with for Demon Hunter, and if you can stick one of them, or even, well, if you can stick 1 or 2 of them with Battle Master, that can end the game incredibly rapidly. That's not to say that Demon Hunter has no game in this one. It absolutely does. You can still pick things apart with big lifesteal weapon swings, with the Kurtrus Hero, with the rushing bats that come alongside that. But I think if you had offered Psycho this matchup to win the series at the point Floki's Druid won, then I think he would have taken it.
Yeah, that's fair. I think this opening as well, and maybe not the one drop he would have wanted, does have Skulker, which is solid. And even potentially the Okani, although I struggle to push where that's actually a keep in this deck with Paladin. Without a very strong curve, you know, to build it up with. Only going to keep Protect. Okay, not even going to go for Skulker.
This is a really difficult mulligan from Floki here, by the way. Like, Warblade's fantastic card for board control in a lot of matchups. Doesn't really do anything if every minion on the other side of the board is going to have Divine Shield, which it very well might. Illidari Studies, useful utility card, a great keep in a lot of matchups where you're just trying to turbo combo, but that isn't necessarily what this matchup is about either. Looks like Floki full mold and then ran straight back into the Eldraki Warblades anyway. But yeah, I think that might be a confusing one for some people watching on. Like, Eldraki Warblade's such a good anti-aggro card. You're up against an aggro deck and you throw Warblades away. But I do kind of like it because honestly, looking at this situation, like, what does Eldraki Warblades do against this board state? Then Noble Mount comes down, then Carriel comes down. Like, there's just Divine Shields everywhere and your Warblades just doesn't really interact with them.
You even think this board may actually need the Hero Power Fellscreen Blast already?
100% agree.
It's the one way that we've seen Paladin struggle time and time again is because its card draw just sucks, right? Like, the games where we've seen it do well is when it's got hold of the Hand of Adon, the Peasants have stuck for a turn or so, and there's plenty of options, whereas going forward, it's just, if you can remove that option, then it's just going to be Floki gets to just laugh as one card per turn is drawn.
Oh, the intake of breath and the nod from Floki as he saw that hero power come down on turn 2. Suddenly, I think he is feeling significantly more comfortable than he was mere seconds ago. Very important clear on the Peasant, as Raven was saying. I agree with that 100%. Starve the resources. You can see what that means already, right? One extra card draw off that Peasant could have been a Vindicator here. It could have been a Cult Neophyte here. It could have been any manner of things that would mean that Psycho is off to the races. And even just the Righteous Protector still being in play would mean a second Peasant could then potentially come down and get hidden behind it even. So really important play on turn 1, or sorry, on turn 2 from Floki. And now he gets rewarded for that with the lack of development from Psycho. But he might be thinking about skipping on quest for one additional turn, and he does indeed, dropping down that Warblades.
I like it a lot. He spends 3 mana, it still does a job, removes the minion, clears the board, but also it opens up quest Spectral next turn if he wants it. And even if he doesn't, it still spends the mana, so when he does want to play quest, he has Spectral sat there ready and waiting on the far left, right?
Interesting that Psycho went for Peasant hero power there as opposed to Peasant hand when he has a pretty bad hand, so drawing cards seems okay, but then also just Squawker in hand, which he would then be setting up as a reasonable, at least, on-curve play for the following turn.
I grow impatient.
Maybe he just wants to make it as likely as possible he can land double Hand of Adal instead.
I can see that.
They will never catch me.
Okay, still not committing the quest.
Grows short.
Holding it to counter the Okani.
Job done.
Still feels like it's got to be double hand here. Playing Neophyte, the Immolation Aura still just clears the board. It's not even close. Just get the card draw done. Move towards those blessings.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this board is incredibly easy to clear as well, but at least you are just continuing to cycle, draw cards. Because I agree, you're having now missed out on just the super tempo start where you just get to stick minions and build a board. I think Psycho's on the plan where he just needs to draw Blessing of Authority and just scam one giant minion into play that Demon Hunter can't deal with. Use that Battle Master on the far left. Just seize a game out of nowhere.
Or even arguably 2, right? If you can land 1, he's still got the Pirate that he might still have, depending.
Yeah, absolutely. Which I expect is what Psycho's plan has been the entire time, right? And it's why that play of Squawker was not set up on curve, why Hand of Adal didn't come down on 3 for Squawker on 4, because Psycho really doesn't want to use this Parrot on anything except Blessing of Authority, because he recognizes how big of a win condition that will be, how disparate that win condition is from anything else he can do.
Tricky choice now for Psycho. Keep going with the card draw. Drop the Okani, or even maybe even just look at Neophyte hero power. Neophyte Nobleman. Just to try and have something stick. But again, it's hard to say, oh, we'll stick something if you don't have Blessing, right? And also, if Noblemount or Hold the Bridges are played without the Parrot coming down now, then the Parrot misses out on the card draw and even potentially the Blessing later. What if it's just Okani to just stick something big?
Yeah, 6 health minion does not seem terrible here, certainly. Yeah, Psycho's just going to go dig in though. You can tell he doesn't feel great about it. But yeah, card draw is king at the moment, needing to find those win conditions. It is a useful card to have stored up for the matchup. Obviously, one Fell Screen Blast was used already in the early turns from Floki. One of the biggest reasons he is in this dominant position in the matchup already. But that is one of the few ways to deal with board states when they do get out of control. If that Blessing of Authority were to come down for Psycho at some point, Magtheridon is one of the only real cards that can clear it.
Okay, well, there's a Fell Scream. Also, having the Eldraki pre-equipped is nice. Clean kill on the Trog as well. Means that I think Floki's just getting in a progressively more solid position here, in a more winning position.
True, but he is now leaving a sizable minion up for the first time in the game.
He is, but he does have Eldraki, double Chaos Strike, double Fury. Right, it's definitely a lot to at least deal with once, right? Another Parrot's going to still be Hand of Adol, right? Going to be another card draw if he wanted it right now. Maybe Okani with the Noble Mount make it stickier, yeah.
It looked like he took minion there as well. Which might make that Rustrot Viper an incredibly useful draw for Floki. Because I don't mind this plan from Psycho, right? Make his Okani incredibly sticky, and then say the only way you're clearing a board of this size is with the Magtheridon. And then you just don't get to play Magtheridon because of my Okani. There's very few other minions in your deck that you can interact with. I suppose the other way of dealing with it would be with Talented Arcanist, right? And then same deal. So that Rustrot Viper, I think, might just end up being very important, but he trades it away now.
Well, you might see it the other way, and the problem is, what if Cariel's coming down next turn?
True.
Like, can he throw because it's only one Rustrot, right?
Yeah.
So he might feel like, can he afford to throw the Rustrot into this if Cariel's coming down? And if so, like, he's still got the same problem next turn. If Cariel comes down, is he then expecting to go Magtheridon, get it burnt, then Rustrot maybe?
All right. Well, in the end, in the end, it ends up not mattering because he does find the way to efficiently kill it with the Fell Screen Blast. Is absolutely fine. So now the Magtheridon, the Jace, everything else that we were talking about is back on the table.
Ooh. For all that, do you play the Smite? I feel like that was a lot of resources used from Floki.
It was, but that's the thing with Fell Demon Hunter, right? Is that those resources just come back again through the Jace later on. It's always the 1-2 punch that tends to get you. We're like, oh, they've used so much removal. And we just build one more board, and then boom, the Jace just out of the game.
That's the issue, right? It's like, that's why I was thinking to just throw the Smite out there, because I doubt it's Smite going to be for lethal at some point. Because the next board build is going to be removed, whereas maybe the Smite by itself warrants the Jace. I'm going to go for the Parrot with the Noble Mount. He'll fight to, hopefully for Psycho's sake, make Floki's turn a little bit trickier.
Yeah, and it kind of has. 10 cards remaining, still 2 talented Arcanists in there, which is honestly quite impressive that Floki's managed to deal with this many boards without a single talented Arcanist so far, because it's such a crucial card, not just with Fell Scream and Immolation Aura, but even just using like Fell Barrage to clear up a couple of minions with talented Arcanist. It's such a boon to your removal power through the mid-game turns that the fact that Floki is this stable in this matchup without having used talented Arcanist is honestly pretty impressive.
So Smite Noble Mount or Battlemaster Noble Mount? I imagine Smite pushes maximum damage, and then Battlemaster hold the bridge next turn.
Desperately trying to stick something.
I mean, this is everything Psycho's got right now, isn't it? Let's be honest.
Oh. There is that Arcanist. If Floki plays Demon Slayer Kurtrus and plays Spectral Sight from the left-hand side, he has 1 Immolation Aura left remaining in the deck that he could draw, which would be free to still go alongside the Talented Arcanist. That would all fit, but it wouldn't clear the board, crucially.
Yeah. I was actually a little bit surprised that Floki went for the Glide, considering he had Jace in hand.
Yeah, true, actually. That is a good point.
His Jace was pretty juiced, right? Of course, there was that second Fell Barrage there, but it had the double Fell Scream. It had a decent amount of removal, and especially weapon buffs and card draw in it.
Yeah,
the double Chaos Strike.
2 Chaos Strikes, 1 Immo, 2 Fell Screams, 1 Fell Barrage, I think.
And he could have added another... It was 1 Fury as well, but he could have added another Fury if he really wanted to, right?
I bet you can do this.
This will kill the Parrot and then prop the shield, yeah.
Hit the Divine Shield, but that is not nearly enough.
Well, that's
Out of nowhere.
It's just game.
Out of absolutely nowhere.
It worked. Sigh of relief from Psycho. I think he actually probably can't even believe it himself with the games he's had with this Paladin recently, or today, should I say. But that is going to be a victory for Psycho and a farewell for Floki as he loses the elimination game. But congratulations to Psycho on this one. That must have been the biggest relief ever. The second Floki pressed end turn in that game.
He, honestly, if you watch Psycho's body language throughout that series, particularly in that last game, from the point that Druid picked up the win and then throughout that game in particular, after the catalyst of that Fellscream Blast coming down on turn 2 and taking out his Peasant, it was just shaking the head and shrugging the whole way through. Like, it really felt like Psycho was like, oh, I've lost, it's over. But credit to him, he kept his brain engaged the entire time. You could see that he was digging for a very specific plan, right? He wasn't just playing stats on curve. He was drawing cards. He was trying to find the big buffs, the ability to land big minions on the board, and just hoping. I said it feels like half an hour ago at this point, but I said it like he just has to scam a win with one big minion. And that is exactly what he ended up doing with Floki just running out of juice and that removal at the end.
And it's like I was saying, right? I completely understand it, because imagine you've lost every game with Paladin today. You're in the elimination match. You've already lost with Paladin twice this series. And then that happens early. The Fell Scream hero power, and you're like, right, I'm just going to lose this game. I'm going to lose this series. Done. But you are right. He kept playing well, right? He kept drawing the cards, kept trying to build something up. He pushed Floki out eventually. And yeah, he did get hold of Smite and then, managed to stick and everything. That was really good. But bear in mind, like we said, Floki chose to glide away his Jace. And maybe the Jace would have kept him in it. Like I said, he had a lot in that Jace, a lot of card drawing itself that maybe would have outweighed the glide. Considering that, yes, the glide did get him Kurtrus, but was Kurtrus ever really going to be super impactful in that game? I don't know. Of course, commiserations to Floki. He did start today with being in the rough spot of starting in the elimination match, so it was unfortunate for him. He did get close on making it work, especially with that Druid win, but it wasn't going to be enough, and Psycho moves on to the last match of the day, Sottle.
Yeah, and of course, because Floki started in the lower bracket, that means by extension he finished in the lower half of the Grandmasters standings, which means he then does not get a spot in Grandmasters last call at the towards the latter half of the year. So that means, unfortunately, that is the end of the road for Floki in terms of Grandmasters proceedings, as he now is going to have to look at alternate methods like Masters Tours and seasonal championships to find his way to the World Championship instead. Although, luckily for Floki, I've heard a rumour he's quite good at Masters Tours, so he might still be all right.
I've also heard that whispered somewhere. I'm not sure where, though. But that is something that is important as well. Make sure to keep an eye on the Masters Tours as we go, because the next one is going to be the decider for the first seasonal championship. So it's going to be a big deal. But as I'm sure you can understand, we're going to give Psycho 10 minutes or so just to mentally recover from that series and all the pressure he must be feeling, and get ready for the final match, which is going to be Psycho versus Bunny Hopper for a spot in the top 4. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are ready for our last match of the day. Just to put it into perspective here, we have Fury Hunter, Blyze, and Yarla currently locked into the top 4 for tomorrow. And joining them is going to be either Bunny Hopper, who is on your left here, or Psycho. And what a top 4 it's going to be. So regardless of which of these great players wins this match we've got coming up right now, it's going to be incredible because the winner of that top 4 tomorrow has a spot at the World Championship done and dusted. And honestly, we'll be asked for predictions, no doubt, for tomorrow, as we are every week. And I just won't know who to pick. So I feel like just going, yeah, anyone's great. Sure, whoever.
I mean, Gabby's not in the top 4, so that rules out rule number 1, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's true.
As we were yesterday, we find ourselves right back where we started, ending the day with the match that we started the day with. Different story this time around, though, because yesterday we had Yarla versus Superfake, and in that case it was Superfake got bodied in the first encounter, was massively unfavored, managed to narrow that gap a little bit in the rematch, but still wasn't able to get it done. This time around, I would say that Bunny's actually unfavored in the series and managed to upset the odds first time around to make his way out into the upper bracket. So having then missed that opportunity against Blyze to get straight out, he now falls back into a position where he is yet unfavored again in that same matchup against Psycho. And Psycho has the ability to just kind of restore balance, right, by winning a series that he should be slightly favored in my opinion.
Yeah, I also think a bit of an outside factor as well is I feel like both of these players have had a bit of a rough day too. Like Bunny Hopper, yes, he beat Psycho, then lost to Blyze, but those matches were not easy. As you said, right, it wasn't like Yarla versus Superfake yesterday in the first match where Yarla basically just closed his eyes, played some cards and won a game of a series of Hearthstone. So both players have had, a bit of a rough day, maybe Psycho more than Bunny, but it's important that, they both took the time they've had to just refresh themselves and be like, right, laser focus, back on, need to win this match to move on. So let's get into it as both players appear to be ready and in the mulligans here. Bunny Hopper on the top on that Druid of the Kaz variety, and Psycho going to be on this Shadow Priest. Yet again, I will say it subtle, Shadow Priest, the natural predator to Druid right now.
Can we get a full diagram of like the Hearthstone food chain a la Raven?
Oh yeah, happily. I'll work on it for tomorrow.
Okay.
It's going to be Shadow Priest above Druid and then everything else below Druid. Easy.
And then just a big picture of Rexar flexing at the top.
Yeah.
All right, pouch on 1. We saw Blyze in this almost exact situation go immediately for that early pouch. In fact, he kept a pouch to be able to play in this scenario so he could get early lightning blitz. Bunny concurs and immediately gets hit with the garbage.
Oh, it's a tough call. Does go for the 1-1. Picked the correct one, of course.
Well, arguably not. This is one of Lorinda's rambling nonsenses that I do very much agree with. If you feel like you're going to lose the game, you should actually pick Desk Imp. Then you lower Desk Imp's win rate, right? So you can inflate the discrepancy between the two of them. Very important.
Was answered by Gordon, though. The big question, is Psycho going to coin out the Peasant? He does not. I imagine because it just gives them a much better hero power target, right? So no need to use the coin yet. There's multiple bigger plays he could make going forward. Maybe even an early Blade Master Okani if it's available for turn 3 for Psycho. We'll have to see.
Yeah, does look like that is something that he is potentially planning for long term.
And even this, it's that same question we always ask, right? Yeah, Bunny Hopper could just hero power this, so it's dead. Great. But he's not doing druid things then. He could just guess the weight instead and start cycling.
Oh, he does hero power. Wow, for me, I was really expecting guess the weight that turn, honestly. I think, you know, digging for ramp and scale, ramp, guff, scale, those kind of things in this matchup is probably massively beneficial over having to drop a hero power in that spot.
And do you fancy using the coin now, Sottle? Because Trog coin Cult Neophyte is definitely an option. Yes, it wouldn't stop Luna, so that's probably the reason, but it... Yeah, I guess, okay. Holding the coin might be better.
Yeah, no, I agree. It doesn't actually stop anything, right? Because it stops Feral Rage and Moontouch Amulet being played, but they're not actually answers to Trogs in reality, so... Yep, I agree. Holding on to it makes a lot of sense here.
And again, you've got to ask your question for Bunny now, is the hero power feels arguably even more worth it because it's not even about the Trog anymore. I think it's about the card draw being a problem.
Yeah, that's very fair. He did find himself the scale naturally, though, without ripping the guess the weight, which is kind of best of both worlds scenario for Bunny. And he is now in that situation where he can kind of willingly spam Trogs everywhere if he really wants to, because he knows he'll be able to eventually answer it with scale. No real reason to be doing that immediately. As you said, just drop the hero power, take care of the Peasant, limit the card draw. But with that scale in hand already, there is some kind of mid-game plan at the very least for Bunny right now.
Yeah, I like this a lot as well. On the Okani. Well, certainly will be the spell counter, yeah. And Bunny Hopper does have Innovate to burn this, but still it's a problem because it's still just a 2/6, right? He can't actually kill it, so it's still just going to be bopping him for 2 every turn.
Yeah, and even using the Innovate just to pop the aura from the Okani, it's still an Innovate that he then doesn't have anymore, right? For the scale, which is super relevant down the line. One turn further away from being able to use that scale of Onyxia to answer the Trog board state.
It's really tricky, isn't it? Like, does he burn Guess the Weight? Because he doesn't want to burn Moon Touched or Feral Rage, right? And Nature Studies can be something that can dig him out of a rough spot, maybe get him a Luna, get him, you know, just something that helps.
Or what if it's just the ultimate bait and your opponent has picked minion just so you start spamming spells?
I do wonder as well, is with Studies, could he afford to burn the Innovate? Because Studies kind of acts like one anyway. Oh, wow. Drop the Traveling too. Oof. Hold your Natural Predator.
Yep. Hey, when you're right, you're right.
How does it have to be like Feral just to kill the Void Touched? Arrow power and the Trog.
Innovate to pop the aura.
And now he
Now
can
from here.
Studies, right?
Now he can studies to set up the scale for next turn. Yeah, he can't obviously Fell Rage or Moon Touch to deal with the Void Touched anymore because he's already used his attack on dealing with the Trog. It's just going to have to be studies to ramp up that scale for the next turn. Presumably Ironbark.
Makes sense.
And he's dead.
And funnel cakes. Job done.
And just, it's brutal to watch. Again, one of the few times recently we've even seen Traveling Merchant hit the list and actually be impactful, right? A lot of it does feel like a bit of a dead draw. Because the old Shadow Priest package with the zero mana 1/1s and the Ganling isn't really a thing anymore. $22 on the board. Effectively.
I can see.
Funnily enough, Psycho looking a lot more relaxed about this situation than he was in the previous game with Paladin against Demon Hunter.
I can understand why. But yeah, really quick, straightforward win there for Psycho. Yet again, just a great way for him to start the series. But also, again, important for Bunny Hopper to realize, he obviously will, that's just a horrible matchup. You're probably going to lose that if you run into it. So try and win it. You might just, the Priest might draw really bad. You might draw really good. And you might steal a win. But just forget about it. The Priest took a matchup against Druid. It's going to happen.
Yeah, I do think that is the story throughout, though. We are back in the situation where the Druid does really have to find a win. It's not as definitively true about Psycho's lineup as it is with some others because of that slight diversion away where he has the Beast Druid, he has the Brute Demon Hunter thrown in there as opposed to some of the other decks that we've seen flying around. But this is still, 4 presumably good matchups against Druid. So that is one box ticked. We are now moving on to the Buff Paladin, which has seemed like one of the more fragile decks over time. It does have that, ability where it's a very half and half deck, right? And if you draw too many buffs, not enough minions, too many minions, not enough buffs, too many expensive cards and not an early curve, or only your early curve and then you don't draw any of the expensive finishes. It's a very split down the middle kind of deck where you can get punished with some inconsistent draws, in my opinion. So I think it is a weak point, a stress for the lineup, which can potentially be exploited. But if it draws anything like a decent curve, my goodness, it is a brutal matchup against Druid because the speed with which big minions hit the board when this deck is drawing well is just not something that Druid is capable of dealing with.
Yeah, completely agree. And looking at this opening already, for Psycho at least, does have Peasant, does have Neophyte, does have Vindicator. He is going to throw the 3-drop. He is on coin as well, right? So again, if he throws the 3-drop, it gives him more options for double 1-drop on 1 if he wants it. More options or more opportunities, should I say, to actually get a Trog, for example, which again, with Trog Peasant, there you go, could be a very strong opening, followed by a Neophyte as well.
Yeah, I had a suspicion that we might be seeing a Trog appear because Psycho, who sees the mulligan immediately while we wait as a spectator for both players to complete, clicked his buttons, said confirm, and then gave a very big nod to himself as he saw the result. So felt very much like we were going to see an Iron Deep Trog appear in the hand. And just as so we did.
No bloom here for Bunny. Pounce again, as usual, looks like a good removal tool, but versus specifically Trog, doesn't get the job done. So I like the 1-1.
Stop nerfing Tiny Finn's win rate, Bunny Hopper. Oh, no.
Super weird, right? Because now with the 1-1, Psycho knows that the next turn being hero power is so likely.
Yep.
Is the play still just double Trog, or does he ever wait with the Trog to pair it with Neophyte the turn after?
I think I like double Trog. just curve out then into the neophyte anyway. It will be on the turn 3, so you would still get hit by Lunar Eclipse, but you can just pretty much play your curve here. And if Bunny Hopper has all the perfect answers, then sure, Bunny Hopper has all the perfect answers. But if he doesn't, you are going to snowball from this board state very quickly just by going this into Cult Neophyte, into anything you draw, into Carry or Roam. It
was just interesting that if you swapped a Trog here for the Peasant, what Bunny does, right? Like, does he still kill...
Trade Lunar Eclipse straight away is the thing you're very vulnerable to in that position.
Yeah, right? That's true, that's true. Because in the hero power scenario, it gets very interesting, right, as to what happens, like whether the Trog lives, the Peasant lives. If the Peasant lives, you draw. If the Trog lives, it's a Trog living anyway, so, and then you could still back it up after the fact. So yeah, regardless, a lot of options there for Psycho. Did go for the double Trog, and the hero power comes down.
Yeah, but I think the definitive deciding factor there is hold the bridge, by the way, when I said play something that you draw on turn 3. Yep, that'll do. Is in this scenario, I don't think there's any hand that leads to an empty board, right? Whereas going Trog and Peasant, it's just
fair.
Empty board. I literally can't think of a sequence of cards that would clear that board, because even if you had enough removal spells and blooms to be able to play it all on turn 2, you'd just be duplicating Trogs the whole time.
Yeah. Makes absolute sense. Funny bit of a raise of the old eyebrows in the hand there, because, yeah, what's he realistically going to do? Looks about Capture Cold Tooth for lowest, I imagine.
I mean, he already has Bloom, so it's very possibly just highest as well, right? To get the scale in hand. No, all right, he does go for the Vape, but that was an option for sure to go highest into scale, and then we're back in that situation that none of us can stop talking about this weekend, where it's just board full of Trogs versus scale of Onyxia.
Again, hold the bridge does look good, but there are actually 2 Trogs, not 1. So is this a cheeky opportunity to land Peasant Hero Power? Or maybe just... No, Peasant Hero Power's fine. Look at whether you'd want the space for a potential Trog or not, but...
Yeah, it's a good point.
I think you just take the 1/1, right?
Yep. Now the Trog is already replicated. You don't need that security of the Divine Shield, right? Is the big point. So you can just try and sneak a Peasant.
I made my mind up about whether you press Hero Power or not. I want to say you do because it's just another minion. I can definitely understand it if Psycho doesn't, because, well, Druid plays spells, so why not have a 1/2 that duplicates instead of a 1/1 that doesn't?
Yeah, okay. I'm down.
Innovate Guff.
Guff stuff intensifies. Already so much damage that you're opening yourself up to, though. You'd ramp into 5, go to 6 next turn. You don't really have a way of spending that remaining mana efficiently. If you go Innovate Guff, Bloom, Hero Power, Moonlit Guidance, that spends all of your mana efficiently.
Oh, wait.
Ramps twice and gives you a dig for Scale of Onyxia.
You could just do this instead, right? You could just Bloom Guff Hero Power.
Yes.
Then you just have to use the Innovate.
Right, but you're also then not casting the Moonlit Guidance this turn, necessarily.
Right.
Because this way, even if you like Hero Power ramp, you are still floating 1 mana at the end of the turn. Yeah, he's just doing the same thing in a different order. Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah, this makes sense now. It actually plays out. Yeah. Because the 1 mana, right?
He ended up drawing Guess the Weight, which changed his... Oh! He did. Oh, yeah, actually, like, good sequencing this way, because obviously that way you get to see the card draw from the Guff first, and then he decided to use that 2 mana that I was already allocating to Moonlit Guidance. He used it on Guess the Weight instead, and then immediately picked up Scale of Onyxia, which I'm imagining, because he then didn't draw the next card in his deck is also Scale of Onyxia, right? I'm pretty sure that's the only way that could happen in this spot.
And I imagine here the Hold the Bridge actually goes on the Trog, right? Because given the Peasant +1 health doesn't change anything necessarily with a scale. And I think that's the main thing. I know you could say, well, yeah, casters, you see scale in hand, but that's the only real thing Psycho's worrying about, right? It's all you ever worry about in this matchup.
Yeah.
He's like, but which Trog?
Job's done.
Amount of damage, and of course, Bunny is overloaded this turn, so there won't be any scale shenanigans. Exactly a blue.
Yeah.
Yep,
That's
there you go.
amazing. That's amazing. Oh, you like scales, do you? Or have all the scales in the world?
What do you think about Solar Moonlit here?
This must be
You'd have
the way.
1 mana remaining. You could play Pouches and Studies. I suppose you could play Blooms as well, but you don't really want to be overloaded going into the next turn.
I was more just thinking to just maximum fish for like armor gain, for example, or something, right? Just use this kind of dead turn to just go, because he doesn't need to ramp with the hero power necessarily either, because he's almost certainly going to scale.
Stockades Guard?
I mean, sure, with Kaz next turn.
Yeah,
Change
is that
the plan.
better or worse than Broom? That's the really big question, right? Because obviously Broom is just vanilla good. You just get a rushing 8/8 instead of a vanilla 8/8, but it's just a matter of whether giving it Taunt was better or worse in that scenario. It's fairly close, I think, but I do like the Broom.
So 12 here. Now 14 with the hand.
Yep.
Again, making odd trade points here. 3 health on the Neophyte now. Means that 2 whelps would have to go in.
Job's done.
Now, yeah, because of that, the whelps don't really cut it on their own, do they? The Broom can help.
Where the Broom comes in, yeah, outside of Kazakhstan, this Broom just works as an extra minion this turn. Just, you know, either deal with the Divine Shield, attack the 2/1, be the break point between the 5/3 and a 2-attack Whelp being able to deal with it. Even then, you only have 8 attacks, and you need 9. Plays the Bloom first because he knows he's going to need the mana this turn. Have all the scales in the world.
He needs expendable scale of Onyxia. That's what he needs.
True, actually. And then also Fellfire, Deadeye, and a Kurtrus hero power that's actually the Guff hero power.
And
That
to go
refreshes.
past 20 mana.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, you can do it. I've had that done to me with a Caldara Drake. 2 damage. I believe Smite adds at least 1 damage to this board. And Psycho takes a game with the Paladin going 2-0 versus Bunny Hopper. And I honestly can't imagine the relief for Psycho in that game because just, again, maybe I'm just projecting my own thoughts of how I would react, but like Paladin definitely feeling like the rough deck in his lineup today at least. Just getting the win, just done. 1 game, 1 win. Let's move on. 1 more game left. Must be a very, very relief-filled moment for him there for Psycho, and it does mean he's only got Brutes left, Sol. Just the Brutes.
Just the Brutes. 3 attempts in which all that needs to happen is Psycho gets bruted once. And he is going to find himself with a spot in the top 4, the final spot in our top 4 among such illustrious company. But Bunny Hopper is not out of this one yet. We have seen already several times in this tournament in playoffs what Brute Demon Hunter can do to Druid. It does seem to just go a little bit too fast on average. If it can get even 2 7/8 Brutes down relatively quickly, that does seem to get there. I've also, talked in the previous series about how I feel that Psycho's list is quite heavily favored in this mirror as well against Bunny, even though Bunny was able to absolutely dumpster that matchup first time around. He was in complete control of the mirror the first time they met in the series. So for me, it's obvious in the fact that Psycho is 2-0 up in the series that he's massively favored. But even just in the context of ways you can be 2-0 up in a series, I think Psycho is even further favored than that initial scoreline might suggest.
And I know this isn't the mirror that we're at. Hang on a minute, let me triple check. Oh, sorry, it is the mirror. Apologies. But on top of the broom, how much of a big deal is the Lion's Frenzy or the lack of Lion's Frenzy from Bunny, do you think, as well? Of course, we've mentioned the broom a lot with the effect it can have for Psycho, but he's also running that Lion's Frenzy and Bunny is not.
Yeah, I will say in the matchups that we tested, myself and Gia, the Lion's Frenzy, it was scarier in concept than it ended up being in reality, because as we played it out, obviously there's so many taunts with the amount of brutes that you can eventually generate. And if you ever get into Kazakhstan world, then suddenly, Gnomish Army Knife, Annoyer Horn, all of those things lock Lion's Frenzy out of the game entirely.
Reflections.
Yes, precisely. So I do think it is an advantage. Would I rather have that than a Sigil of Silence? Yeah, probably. Would I rather have that than, I've forgotten the name of the card, the 1-mana 1/2 that recycles your hand into a different card? What's it called?
A 1/3, I think.
Is it a 1/3?
I think so. The
bad.
Safety Inspector.
Safety Inspector, thank you. Would I rather have it than that? Yeah, probably as well. But I don't think it's as big a deal personally in the testing that I put in as the broom is in this matchup, because it's just such a huge problem when all your stuff gets value traded.
Yeah, obviously we talk about a very specific matchup, but just looking at the list, if you've seen Brute Demon Hunter before, it is a pretty big surprise to not see Lion's Frenzy in it, isn't it, for Bunny? Or at least it was to me anyway.
Yes. But I think it's something that people are flirting with the idea of Kazakhstan coming in, right? Lion's Frenzy is your win condition, but you can also just, it's kind of your backup win condition, right? It's okay, I've done my brutes. There's my brutes. Can you deal with them? You can. Unlucky. Now I actually have to try and win the game. And that's where Lion's Frenzy came in, right? As that win condition that could potentially finish out the game after that point. I think some people are just sort of saying, well, we have Kazakhstan now as that alternate win condition. So do we still need this really awful, clunky card that we draw in the mid game? Obviously, Kaz is that as well. Yes, thank you, Psycho, for demonstrating how annoying that draw is. But do you want multiples of them in your deck over time?
Both players with very middling hands, although Sigil could change things for Bunny this turn already. Both of them do have Tusk Piercer active, so they can swing and get that done in their respective turns. And okay, well,
done
some quest progression, Sol, because I think Bunny Hopper might. Is there a fancy way to do this? I guess if he leaves, because he only needs 2, right?
Yes.
So he could just leave the Sigil runner on the far left for next turn, I suppose.
He could, yeah.
Or do it like this, because he just sort of the Sigil runner that was outcast on the most recent draw is now not lit up yellow, so it cannot be used.
Yeah, I was a little curious about whether he might be just trying to use the Soul Shear this turn just to get it out of the hand. Now, when there's a 1/1 on the other side of the board, which would, of course, unlock everything then sequentially from the left-hand side of your hand, which is the ideal scenario.
Makes a lot of sense, because he can do
this.
because he could have done exactly this, right? Where the 2 draws were the trade and the swing instead of the Crimson Sigil runner in the trade.
Exactly, but it gets the Soul Shear out the hand without being a detriment to his own board, and now he's lined up perfectly from the left-hand side to just rip outcast after outcast.
Can the game even contain this much card draw? Because that is filthy, isn't it? Psycho side. Ooh.
Gross. Vengeful Spirit is technically a card draw card. If you really want to dig that deep.
And Argon push the 4. You've just seen the Soul Shit.
Psycho's going to yump. If he hits the other glide, he can actually get a symmetrical glide, but he doesn't. So if he wants to glide, it is just to himself.
Does not have Spectral and Swing, right? To do it instead?
Yeah, that is true.
Slideroo doesn't want these philosophies in the Kaz stuck in hand, which again I can respect. Oh, wait.
It wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world because he'd already drawn 1 card. He was then gliding to draw 4 more. He then got the discount on a hand, and he had another 0 mana draw from the swing of the weapon as well. So theoretically, if he'd have got Philosophy back alongside Brutes from that glide, it actually could have been a very, very good turn for Psycho. But just getting the Philosophy back without a Brute was a little bit underwhelming.
They will never catch me. They will never catch me.
I see.
Probably at the very least worth opening the studies box here to see how much of a chain you can keep going for. Yep, that'll do very nicely.
There is still the Soul Share as well if he wants to just go again with that Soul Share on one of his Sigil runners.
Double jump just finds Philosophy again.
He could dump a lot of Soul Fragments in, right?
He could, yeah. Going to.
Yeah. And the odds of him being able to just max Brutes in the very near future have just gone up a lot.
Oh my goodness, the double quest completion off that final soul fragment. That's so sick.
The Kurt on 5. Again, these minions don't look like much, but they're there, right?
Yes.
They're just stuck on board, and there's not really too much Psycho can do about this. Yes, he can kill one with the weapon, but he can't believe it. He nearly pulled off the dream. Double quest completion to Kurt on 5. Maybe he'll get it back. This might also eat a lot of his fragments as well.
That is nightmarish now from Bunny. He had a super creative line, like dumping all those fragments into the deck and then taking that one last card draw, trying to find that one extra draw to double quest and get ahead. And I really respect that choice to go for that. Because he does need to be ahead in the game, right? If he's playing from behind, I don't think he really has a significant win condition. He needs to be turboing Quest, turboing Brutes. He needs to be the player going first because he doesn't have a comeback mechanism, right? The Broom is the comeback mechanism that Psycho has available to him. So the fact he then got punished with the Glide on the other side is a brutal scenario to have to accept.
Oh, and there's the Philosophy as well. Does he just play it to get it done, get more Brutes available? Not now, but
I think he just has to take the mid-hand Glide and try and get the Kurtrus back for next turn at the very least. Like, that is resigning yourself to playing a turn behind, but I feel like everything you're doing is resigning yourself to playing from a turn behind at this point.
And for acrobatics, got Tusk Piercer and the Snake. Obviously can't play them both. Little bit rough.
Like, tradable into runner, soul fragment, or he has 4 left. I mean, that's absurdly unlikely at this point.
Okay, well there goes Kurt. I do wonder if the Spirit Jailer is going to come down just to get the fragments in. I wouldn't hate it. To bring them down after the draw makes a lot of sense. Bunny.
Oh, 1 turn late on the Glide.
Oh no. I mean, he probably still does it, right? Like, is his hand really doing anything else?
Well, the thing is, you take 5 full cost hands from Psycho and replace them with 4 discounted cards. Like,
yeah, he can do it without Outcast, right?
Right, yeah, sure.
Glide again! Oh.
Probably just Sigil Runner, right?
Yeah, it's just more stuff, isn't it?
Razorglaive too expensive to keep going with. Have to be the tradable. Like, I just don't think he can afford to glide here. He needs to just have a pop-off turn with the Brute and the Philosophy, try and get it down to the point where he can make it happen, but it's just not there.
Yeah, the fact that Kurtrus on its own just farms the Brute is bad enough, honestly. Never mind anything Psycho will actually do this turn with the Kurtrus effect.
Yep.
Here's the Glavesmith.
He's going to Glavesmith in his deck.
And that's the thing with a matchup like this, and just with what Kurtrus does and how the decks are made, once one player has it and the other doesn't, it starts to snowball in disgusting fashion, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
The card draw gets more card draw. You can play about 10 cards easily in any given turn. Like, it's so hard to fight back from.
And extra crucially, if Psycho's the one in the position where he's doing it and you're not, in the way these decks are built, there's even less comeback mechanism. Right?
Yes.
Because reverse the deck lists, Bunny could top deck Kurtrus next turn, play the Kurtrus, start popping off from there, and then, you know, find himself an immediate Brute turn where the Brutes cost 0, then also draw Broom and take a bunch of value trades and suddenly be back in a really dominant position. Except with this exact hand, that couldn't happen because you can't draw both Kurtrus and a card cheap enough to draw a card. But pretend that you could, for the sake of the argument. That would at least be something that could just present a dominant board that might be able to end the game. But when you are behind and you don't have Broom, it takes you 2 full turns to catch up from this position, and Bunny just doesn't have 2 full turns.
Yeah, and the mana's not there either. I was even looking at the Sentinel with the 2 Outcast cards, you know what I mean, cards on the Outcast position, to see if that would have done anything. But I think mana-wise, crazy things would have to happen. I mean, crazy like double Soul Fragment for a start. But things would have to go very, very right. I don't know if Glide is better odds. If Bunny's doing it, it probably is better odds here. There's the Kurtrus to just slap him in the face on the way out, potentially, but a little bit too... Actually, because Psycho just still has card draw. There's some Soul Fragments coming out now as well. Oh,
let's go.
Well, this is just over, isn't it? Although the Lion's Frenzy is 3 mana. Oh, the Brutes aren't, though. Oh, Spirit Sailor Soul shit. Jeez.
Acrobatic drew 6 cards.
Smooth. What was that? Can I just get a mana check, Sol? Was that 1 mana?
1 mana, draw 6, yep.
Wouldn't mind one of those. And the problem is, this turn is big enough that Bunny just won't be able to spend 5 mana on Kurtrus. Is he just dead from Lion's Frenzy?
This is still the acrobatics, by the way.
13 from Lion's Frenzy.
He had, what, Tusk Piercer, Lion's Frenzy, which would have drawn 2 more because the Death Rattle... the Death Rattle's in hand, so it wouldn't have actually drawn another card off that. So never mind.
It's still going. Oh, they're Spectral, why not? Draw the deck. Oh. There's Philosophy for another Brute. He's got the time, I'm sure he has. A lot of the time, the players are way ahead of what we see in terms of actions.
I really hope he is.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
So he held off a Brute.
Yeah, I think deliberately so, right? Because it would have given him another draw, another fatigue tick. He doesn't really need it in play.
Yeah.
Same reason Sigil's not coming down. I think it's fine. I think if you have time to really stop and deliberate about it, you just play it there anyway, because the extra fatigue tick versus the potential to just immediately kill your opponent, right, I think is very reasonable in this spot. But there's also board space considerations because you're probably going to have your Razorglaive Sentinel live next turn. So ideally, you'd like to be able to play your Kazakhstan and then start playing minions from outcast position to draw cards as well, right? Which
I'm already sat here going, right, Lion's Frenzy Kaz is 9 mana. Can he draw enough treasures to actually kill him? And you know what? I think it could be possible. That's how silly we are at this point.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, with that, little mana he has. Obviously not possible next turn because their mana isn't there, but still, it feels like it. Wait. Oh, book. Wait, this doesn't matter, right? Isn't Broom just lethal now?
Oh, is it really?
Well, he trades the 1-3 away, plays Broom, and then puts the Kaz in,
18,
and then
23, 26. Yes, it is. Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say that I would have loved if he just like spent ages on the treasures, picking the worst ones just for the troll factor. But yeah, I believe that is lethal. So does Psycho, and so does the game. Psycho takes the series 3-0 over Bunny Hopper, and with the day Psycho's had, I think he needed it, booking himself a spot in the top 4 for tomorrow. So now we can confirm it's going to be Blyze, Fury Hunter, Yala, and Psycho playing out tomorrow in the final day of this season of Grandmasters. The winner gets a guaranteed spot at the World Championship. I cannot wait.
Very good weekend for Team Boomer, as I believe Psycho and Yala kind of tongue-in-cheek call themselves. They do practice together a lot. You might notice that even though the lineups aren't identical, with Alan and Yala, that there are a lot of shared ideas still between the particular lineups. With Mukla aggro decks, for example, being a common theme amongst both, but they have heavily practiced together, going all the way back to the Galakron Warlock days, which seems like a very long time ago at this point. So a fantastic result for that practice group. Blyze getting the job done the easy way, picking up the easy victory over Bunny Hopper. Fairly straightforward day for him. He was able to get the job done nice and early, but it was really felt like Psycho's journey today as we saw him initially struggle against Bunny Hopper despite a position he should be favored in. That Demon Hunter matchup, I stand by it. I think if you play that 10 times, then Psycho should be winning 7 of them maybe, with the big difference that the two decks have. So the fact that he came up against that on the other side in the initial was probably tough for him to take. He then had a massively emotionally testing series in the lower bracket against Floki, managed just to scrape his way out of it, and then suddenly it was just a victory lap against Bunny Hopper at the end as he was able to basically walk through the Druid and the Demon Hunter 3-0 in the end, and there you see his reward for it as he joins the Killer's Row, the started top 4 on Sunday.
Yeah, it is looking just incredible. I mean, I expect nothing less from the European Grandmasters, of course, but just the fact that there's just so much going on, right? There's Yala, who's second placed in a Worlds before. There's Blyze, who just missed out on making it to Worlds. There's Fury Hunter, who has won everything but Worlds, it feels like. And there's Psycho, who's been here from the beginning, and he's one of the most creative deck builders we have in the region that we see, right? He's always brought different things, even if it's just tech cards. He takes his own approach to the game, and honestly, I can't wait for tomorrow to kick it off. But we are going to round it out since, believe it or not, we were supposed to start early today. Didn't happen because APAC took ages. So we are, I guess, dragging on a little bit based on the schedule. But Sol, before we go, any final words?
No, just honestly, I love Europe. I love Europe Grandmasters, and I know obviously we are bringing it to an end fairly soon. We're going into Grandmasters Last Call, where all the regions will be thrown in a melting pot together, the top 4 finishes, which will be happening later on in the year, which will be awesome to watch in its own right. But I think, consistently throughout, with whatever criticisms that you may have of the Grandmasters system, Europe Grandmasters in particular has exposed people to real quality Hearthstone on a consistent basis for a very long time, and I think that's awesome. And I think we have continued to see that in throughout playoffs this weekend. I think our top 4 speaks volumes to just the quality of the European region as a whole. And like you, Raven, I echo your sentiment. Let's just freaking time warp to tomorrow. I don't need to sleep. I'll do it right now. Let's just go. It's fine.
Well, I need more than 4 hours, okay? So, anyway, I couldn't agree more, Sol. As always, everyone, we are going to round out today. Of course, TJ and Lorinda are going to be bringing you Americas, and you can only hope for as good quality games if we've had today in that region. See who their top 4 is going to be going into tomorrow. But from Sol and myself, for production, everyone, thanks a lot for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the final day of Hearthstone Grandmasters.
fist bump and he did it! Oh my gosh.
72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Where is cards green? Right for where is cards green? He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Lambi with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.